been enveloped by the powers of the four guardians. Throughout your cultivation journey, you'll run into various encounters and challenges. Sometime into a match, spirit collecting bells will appear, and all surviving teams will be separated into groups. Each group is assigned one spirit collecting bell, whose location is visible to members of the teams in the group. Approach the bell and interact with it for supplies to drop and to activate a countdown. You can sound the bell repeatedly during this time. Each interaction provides supplies and shortens the countdown. The elemental powers will form a crate at the end of the countdown, after which the spirit collecting bell will run out of power and can no longer be used. Open the crate to get tons of rewards. Note that other teams in the same group will battle for the same bell. Use the mini-map to determine how many players are nearby. Also, skill cooldowns are reduced in the bell's vicinity, so use them to your advantage to guard the bell's rewards. Sacred Quartet's final challenge is to unite the four Sacred Guardians. During Sacred Quartet, you'll be able to pick up elemental fragments in matches. Use the fragments in the Elemental Clash event to combine elements. When you and your teammates each bring a different element into a match, and all members survive until victory is attained, the Guardians United Challenge will be completed. Players who complete the challenge for the first time can—
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile European Wonder League. My name is Neptura, there we go, and I'm going to be your host for this evening, and DK is joining me again this evening. How are you, DK?
Doing pretty well. A little bit of a statutory gap for reasons unbeknownst to me, but it's okay. You know, we're just going to go through it. At least by the people are here. They've catched the players and anticipate. Not at me stutter, so that's fine. It's okay. But I'm looking for what we're going to have up in day for phase 2, Group B, right? Well, phase 2, Group B, whichever one you want to call it. Today, we saw quite a few statements made by teams who we shall not name today because they're not playing. But another statement that was made was, of course, by none other than the players here from Lider Esports, all the way back on their day number 1, right? Chicken dinners coming through. Crazy.
It is. It's kind of insane, and I'm super excited for what that might mean for tonight. Now, of course, we do have a different group. It is going to be Group B having their last chance in this stage to do what they need to do, right? And it's something we've been talking about the last few evenings is this qualification system that we do have going on, is that those top 3 teams will be going straight to the finals in just over a week's time, and the bottom 3, 16th, 17th, and 18th place will be leaving us completely. The teams in the middle of that, though, will be heading over to stage number 2 that's happening on Monday. So those teams still have a little bit of a chance to do something for the finals, but tonight is all about deciding which of those teams go into which of those categories, which of those slots. So that's definitely going to be something that we're going to be watching. And as we see on this leaderboard, you know, the 3rd place and even 2nd place, I mean, it's all up for grabs. We still have 5 games, but it's looking very close up at those top 3.
Yep, it is looking very close. But I mean, it's not even, you could extend that down even to 7th place, right? All of those positions can quite easily change in a matter of matches, right? First, 1 or 2 change. But I'm going to be, again, looking over towards 18th place. Those teams, yes, to one of the teams, get themselves up into safe. The pressure is going to be on. If the teams want to make, they know what they need to do, right? They need to get up top 15 or have a crazy, ridiculous fight as we saw for the top to get themselves up and then just bring in all the flexing that they can bring in. Not flexing, right? Ladies flexing their skills right then and there. As you can see, GOAT coming through with their absolutely stellar performances that we've seen in the first day. And of course, there for the side of with the also 15 eliminations.
Yeah, this is sort of the same sort of thing we were seeing at the beginning of the day 2 of yesterday for Group A, right? The same sort of numbers, and that basically doubled over the last 5 matches. I mean, as one might expect, but that Sanhok with the epic 15 eliminations from Hasiko only, it's kind of crazy. So hopefully we'll see something like that again, maybe not to such a degree, but it's that same sort of desperation that we hope to be seeing on the battlefield here today. And that should show up with these talented players really, really going for it. So we might see a little bit of change on the player focus, but honestly, the way these girls have been playing, I don't think so.
Yeah. We do have a few potential contenders that are too far away from them either, right? So Mel's Nova's right, which is also really close, but like it's just if you could maybe see more damage, then Odaddy is definitely going to be jumping up into this position right here in the top 3. But then we've also got 2 other players coming to Lider, right? So Lider definitely could let effort in to being like absolute ones. And I think if they continue with that momentum pushing further through, it could be absolutely ridiculous. And of course, no surprise, we are going to be rotating through exactly the same as for the previous 3 days. We're going to continue that trend up into today as well to see who's going to be pushing it up where, right? Again, game number 3, whichever of the major changes has not happened by Sanhok, moving into the later 2 are going to prove to be quite challenging, right? It's not going to be impossible. It's just going to become increasingly more challenging off any drastic moves. So, yeah, I think the teams want to come up pretty strong here. It's moving through our mission. And, of course, they've already had that day of practice, that day of an opportunity to kind of get the flow, get the feel, and their opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm kind of wondering though, DK, if we're going to be seeing some hot drops into the first game. That was a storyline going through yesterday where we did see a few different teams trying to do a few different things over the course of the 5 matches. But we were discussing that the later you leave it to start doing that, the longer the less chance you actually have to do anything about if you fail. So I think the first Erangel, the first match, is really the only thing we're going to be able to do if they want to actually get those points and make sure that they try it, they do what they need to do, and if it doesn't work, they at least have 4 more matches to do something about it. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, the zone has also played a huge part in how these games go, right? Several of the games over the last 3 days have been very chaotic just because the zone hard shifts and really puts a thorn in the side of a lot of these teams. So we'll have to see if the zone's a little bit kinder to those teams today.
Yeah, and for the thorns, right? Bring on the thorns. Show us what they can bring through, how they're going to look to push. But yeah, it'll be an exciting day. Just based on what we've seen so far, the progression of the teams coming from A, right? Just Group B, they've done exactly the thing. And as we saw in Group A, team position coming into their second day, came 45. We've got actually that same thing right here. But the position we've got risk of groups, right? The players coming through from or Group A, rather, quite a bit between that first and second place, right? 12 difference into what we have here today. And find us 12 doesn't. Third place is 14 points. So there's quite a bit of a gap coming in the start here. So I'm curious as to not that persist or if the teams up top are going to close that gap up into the second day.
I mean, if I was them, that's exactly what I would be doing, right? Try and get it out of the way. It's something we saw yesterday as well. Those top 2 teams, R8 and Galatasaray, in the last 2 games, knowing that they had done what they needed to do, they started having fun. And that was because they made sure they got serious in the first 2 games, 3 games even in R8's case, made sure that they got those points, made sure they were safe. And then when we can relax now, we can chill because we have those points and we've done what we need to do. So my advice to a lot of these teams would be to have that attitude in mind and just go for it in the first 2 games.
Yeah, that is I'd say maybe the preferred approach to be taken coming into the day here. But of course, as we know and as we've seen with these teams, results may vary, right? Approaches may vary as well. So I think the best way for us to really know what the approach and what the play is going to be coming through for these teams is, of course, going to be to take a look at the first match of the day. And of course, that is going to be making its way on through pretty soon. So I'm curious as to how this will start to play on out. But you asked me yesterday, so I'm going to return the favor.
Uh-oh.
Any predictions that you have for our first match?
Let's see. You know what? I think Lighter Esports are going to come out with all the stops. I think they're going to go so for it in the first match. They're one of those teams that I think resemble R8 a lot. I think they have a lot of the same qualities, and so I think they're going to go for that same tactic. But what about you? Throw it right back at you.
Well, it's an interesting question because we can look at what we had statistically happen between these teams, right? Digital Athletics, they had a phenomenal run on both Erangels that we had, so I would not be surprised if they came in quite aggressively, trying to kind of set the standard for themselves here today, and of course taking into consideration that they were, or rather are, in 4th place. So there's still quite a bit up for grabs here. So if they decide to go beast mode game 1, sure, do it, right? I'm here for it. I'm not gonna say no, but realistically we'll see. It's difficult to say. I mean, we could even see a team like X-Force or Mumia decide that, you know what, match 1, it's ours, and they step up and they just make an absolute bolt for that pole position, and they just catapult themselves up. They find themselves sitting quite comfortably much further up the rankings.
Yeah, something we saw from a lot of the teams on the left or the right-hand side of the leaderboard in Group A, right? We saw a lot of those teams end up way ahead of where they started because they just had that first initial push. And so with this zone, it's quite easy to do that. These teams don't have to worry about any big meanie head hardships just yet. They can look to loot and look to play their next plays as they want to and when they want to, which is quite nice. So we'll see how that goes for them. So far, not that many hot drops as I'm seeing. I think we're looking at maybe one around the Pachinki area and maybe over towards the ruins as well. But otherwise, these teams are keeping to themselves.
Yeah, and I think that's a respectable approach to take, especially at the start, right? You wanna get a bit of a feel, get a bit of an idea as to what is going to be going on, what's cooking. But yeah, I like the fact that there's a little bit of a push, a little bit of a play up in towards that Severny region. I'm also happy to see Ben Angels being back. Right, we did miss them a little bit, but now they're here, ready to represent yet again. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing what that will bring on through. We also did see a little bit of a convergence over towards that southern side of the zone, right, just over to the western side of Farm, where we are right now. We've got the players here from X-Force Divas, of course, being joined by the side of VPG. So the pressure is on as they've already lost 2 players. That, of course, being the place here from X-Force. We can see the numbers there. But I'm going to be looking over towards maybe Ruins, maybe South George, North George, right? Because we had a few teams dropping in that area as well. So several points of contention.
Whoa!
As Chuja gets coming through that way. And yeah, unfortunate start there for X-Force. Not over just yet, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's some good points going over to VPG. 3 eliminations on the board? I mean, that's pretty good for the first minute of the game, right? So looking like they are having a successful game. And again, that momentum coming forward from those early eliminations is going to boost a little bit of that morale, a little bit of that confidence coming through. Maybe ask them to, or gets them to play a little bit riskier plays. It's going to be super fun for all of us at home watching. So let's see what they're going to do with that. Meanwhile, Mel's Nova and Tiam. Interesting. Okay, so they both went to Yasnaya. So we do have a little bit of a sharing going on. I wouldn't call it a hot drop with Yasnaya being so large, but it is still something that you obviously see Nova trying to look towards and be aware of. So let's see how that works out for them. Otherwise, it's very quiet at the moment. We're not seeing too much going on, but, you know, we will be looking towards the center of that zone for sure. There's a lot of teams over onto that northwest side that could potentially be looking maybe to rotate through Stalber, but overall not looking like there's going to be too much contention on that eastern, or rather on the edges of the zone. So we'll see how that goes for sure. Oh, Daddy, this is one that DK mentioned as a potential player to hop into the top 3 on that player focus, right? So gonna always keep an eye on her for sure. But for now, she's gonna be going with, what's her util? Oh, she got a scar and a rifle. Okay. We'll see what she can do with that. I'm not sure a rifle's really all that good, but you know what? I just can't use it. So who am I to judge? I really just can't use it at all. But let's see. We got 3 minutes and 40 seconds until Zone 2 starts to close on in, or becomes Zone 2. And we will see how that goes on through. Yeah, I think we're definitely going to have to be looking at that northern side. Yes, Naya is going to be probably the first point of call for a lot of those teams over in the Stalber region. The minute they come down south and try to avoid a lot of the teams that also are on that side, they are going to be looking towards Yasnaya. So you see Mel's and Nova sort of setting up here into these northern compounds of these apartment buildings. Are they going to stay there? Not sure, but it could be a good point to actually get some eliminations over on those rotations as well. But we're going to move south now, and Lighter Esports is looking to rotate as well. They're done looting. They rotate straight into a fence, though. Nicely done, Malek. Oh, and straight into a wall. Those 3-point turns need a little bit of work. That is for sure. But looks like they're going to be rotating over towards that coastline. So you see them exiting Milta at the moment. And Milta Power could be a really good spot for them, but it looks like they might be going more for a coastal position. This is a great little compound. Girls, it's about the trees. Honestly, okay. We're gonna refuel, maybe try and get rid of that dent, and get situated in zone. You see they're on the edge of that stage 1 zone, so they're going for that edge play. And this is a team that DK forced me to predict. He was like, who are you gonna predict? And so I was like, it's gotta be Lighter. So I do hope I haven't cast or cursed them at all. But that, yeah, we're going to be looking at them for sure. I certainly am, because they have been a really, really good team so far. And speaking about good teams, both these teams, now Mumia need points. This is one of those teams that is in danger, and they do need a really good game here. They already have lost 1, but you know what? Everybody knows you can still do a lot of good things with 3 players. But it is Digital Athletics on the other side there over at school. So they got to be careful, and I think that is going to be the pickup. I think Mazadef is just going to leave and go and say goodbye, and that is it. Digital Athletics can have school and apartments too, if they so wish, because Mumia is out of there. And honestly, that's a good plan. That's going to be something that they're going to be able to use later on in the game, and we will see how they go. But DK, hello. We're going to be seeing where that zone shift is coming in less than a minute. Any predictions on zone shift?
Well, you say hello like I left, right?
That's true. That's misleading, isn't it? It's very misleading.
It is quite. But realistically, I'd like the zone to shift 1 of 2 places, either up north or center. Just center up on where it kind of shifted to. So I'd like to see it maybe go to Yasnaya, Poliana, Stalber region, that kind of area there, because it's going to be crazy as heck for the players and great fun for us to watch. Or if it just goes center, it's going to be play around Heaven, Mansion, that area as well. So yeah, kind of the same thing, right? It's going to be pretty crazy. And in actual fact, like I'll be happy with wherever it goes, right?
Yeah.
Because just in general, this area off the map does come with quite a bit of a challenging angle to play off of, especially with 18 teams in this lobby.
Yeah, and that's going to be a thing. You don't think that it's too major of a change from normal comp or normal league stages with 16 teams, right? But when it's 18, those extra 2 make such a huge difference. And it just means that there's less room to work around. There's more angles to think about. And of course, more eliminations to grab for yourself. So we're gonna have to really watch as some teams go head to head here. Here are two teams, and they're literally going to be crashing in on each other. It is S2G and NATO Esports, and they're crashing on the edge here. This is the first clash of what we said was going to be a big one because all of these teams went onto the northwest side of zone.
Yeah, and that's going to be an interesting play to play through here as S2G Aura now is going to get absolutely rushed. Got to watch out for the utility. Ooh, a self-nade. No, Remy, why? Oh, already Remy taking so much damage. But a good play there for Seren. Quickly just reacting to a great opportunity at hand. But for NATO, it is not looking good. S2G, all they had to do was just sit and wait. Unfortunately, those utilities didn't quite go where they wanted or needed to go. And that is what just opened up this misfortune that we saw now that befell the side of NATO Esports. But they still have 2 players up, so it's not the end of the world. It's, however, a little bit of a difficult part of the world that they're playing through now.
Yeah, and the thing is that both those teams do need points, right? S2G less so, but still with the boards continuing to be so close, you know, you want to be as safe as possible. So for NATO, that is a pretty rough situation to be in, but it is still early game, and with the duo, you can do a lot, you know, just survive to that end zone and 2v2 or 2v3 somebody, and you're good to go, and you're going to be able to win that game. So we'll see what they can do here. DK, I'm seeing so much driving, and the issues therein is crazy how they even have licenses, but that one just did a trick onto the player. Lana goes on down, and that isn't even her fault. The car explodes on her. What kind of glitch is that? That's so rough for them. How unlucky.
I think yeah, like NATO, they might have upset someone somewhere, right?
I think so.
One of the PUBG one of the PUBG gods somewhere, right? I don't think they spammed the I gotta win a chicken dinner in my last match to, you know, enough times when they came into the lobby. So yeah, this is just really weird stuff happening to NATO Esports. Yeah, I don't quite know what to make of it, right? It's really odd. So, because Remy threw a nade, which picked up Una, and then Lana got hit by a stationary vehicle.
Yeah.
It wasn't moving, it was stationary.
Yeah.
Right? That doesn't make sense already.
Nope.
And now, right, they just down to 1 player, and it's so strange. But I guess, you know, it's, well, welcome to PUBG Mobile, right? It's a thing. It happens sometimes. So very, very odd sort of events.
Yes.
Looking at Pen Angels now also down to a solo. They only came in with a duo, so that does make things already a little bit more challenging. But it does seem like the zone kind of heard where I wanted it to go, right? It kind of moved up towards the north, centering up a little bit more towards that Yasnaya Polyana as we did see. But I'm not quite sure what is going to come off of this for the Pen Angels, right? Having that solo, trying to survive out on the side. And I don't really see anybody else being all too close. Yes, we did see S2G rotating up along that northern side. We also did have the players there from, not bots, moving into, I believe, the more northern side of Yasnaya Polyana, maybe going to the further eastern side. So there's nobody in this immediate area potentially to even assist with the pressure being applied onto Pen Angel. So Corel just needs to, well, kind of hope and pray that things work out here.
Well, you know what? That's crazy. I was commending Karai for the genius that was to lie down and just kind of snake your way through those smokes. I was kind of surprised that the girlie who was shooting at her was not able to really kind of pick up that she was moving to that right hand side, and she was really focusing on that tree, but one of her teammates does back her up there. So Mel's never going to get that last elimination on to Pen, which is unfortunate because it was a good play. But wait, we have to move on. 5 seconds until Zone 3 will appear, and now K12 has moved in where NATO were. And we also have BRX Mumia G as well, another team that do need those points. So a lot of teams starting to really decide the zone's going to go there, except it's not, DK. It's going to the east side. It's going to the not even Yaz, really. Not even Stolber. It's going all the way over to that mansion area and almost to the coast.
Yeah, as you can see already, though, we do have Tiam, right? Red Tiam holding up in heaven. So I think that is a very good kind of center zone position that they've got there, right? It allows them quite a bit of visibility to the teams, especially coming through from that western side and maybe even from the southern side. So I'm curious to see what they're going to be able to do with that position if they get challenged. But for the time being, we are going to be looking at the majority of the teams still either on their way to zone or caught on the outskirts of zone, right? So nobody is really full on committing to getting themselves positioned up in towards that center zone. And I'm also looking at a team like VVG, for instance, right? They found themselves on the southern side of zone. Again, not a super crazy rotation, trying to kind of push themselves further up on towards the northern side to get themselves situated. We also did see the players there from the Dark Angels getting into a little bit of an altercation. They've also just moved close to the edge of zone. We don't know if they've fully committed to getting themselves situated, but there has been quite a few teams up ahead of them, right? We did see OOC right here holding on to the compounds. So both teams, Dark Angels and OOC, they moved up just to alongside the road, which I think was a good call to make. But as they say, great minds think alike, and now it's going to be that a bit of a dispute between both teams to see who will be able to claim it, at least for the zone.
That was a great Molotov through the window there to try and get rid of that prone player on the ground. Now they just need to get this res up and running, and Lexi's really doing everything she can to make sure that the opposing team does not go towards her. OOC, there we go, pick up 1 point. That nade is looking a little bit better, though. Her days could be numbered here. Her teammates are up, though. They're able to get back and help her out. Bazumi is the next to fall to Rogue Baby. She's doing some great work here. That's her second elimination. 1 now, 2 goes. It's a 2-2 split for those eliminations as OOC Dream Corps get taken out by the Dark Angels.
Yeah, Dark Angels just winging it through that one. Got some pretty accurate shots being delivered on that. And I mean, it's surprising to see OOC having this turnout for them, right? The last Erangel we had them on, they got the chicken, 15 eliminations, right? So what a play, what an approach. Dark Angels, they had 4 eliminations last time as well, so nothing new just yet. We'll see how the story and the situation develops on their front. But then I've got to ask you, Nep, about Lyda, right? Last game also had a good run, 5 eliminations, that's second place. Do you see them maybe potentially even getting close to that again for this match?
It's going to be difficult to say just because they're on the edge of that zone and now they're losing 2 players with Melina going down. Honestly, I don't think it's going to happen today unless they, or this game at least, not today, just this game. But they've put themselves in a bit of a hard position. Now, if they can get that off angle and actually come out of this, if they can pull off this this fight with 3 at least up, then yeah, they could absolutely do something because that kind of comeback sets you up really well for the rest of the game. However, it's a tough spot that they've put themselves into, and it's going to be very difficult for them to even try and make that comeback, but they might just do it with that push with the vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, the vehicle's coming in quite clutch here, as we can see. Now it's going to be up to Lyda and the players here from Bonfire to kind of figure out who's going to be the one that is able to rotate out of here. Because remember, these teams are still quite a way away from where the zone is, right? And they've got just about a minute and a bit of change left to make those decisive plays. I like this from Lyda, just moving up to the ridge, trying to find a bit of a way to alleviate a lot of this pressure coming through. Great vantage point that they have here at their disposal. But fortunately for Bonfire, it's not great enough because they are able to make their escape. Yes, the shots are connecting on through. You can see the knocks finding their way.
Wow.
But Bonfire just very narrowly holding on.
Now, this is where they got to chase that down. They've already got 1 knock. In my opinion, somebody needs to be going out into that field and grabbing her and seeing maybe if they can still spot the last player of Bonfire somewhere, but I think they're gonna not be too greedy with this. They do get that final flush out, so they're gonna be happy with those 3 eliminations for now, making that their total as 4. But now we move on to Tiam. Red Tiam Blossom looking to defend their location against Fenerbahce over here. But Fenerbahce, they're not inside zone, so it looks like they might just try and go from a different angle. And this is going to be so difficult for Red Tiam now. They do have that 2-2 split, but it's a full send onto the other duo that are actually inside zone.
But I think for Retiam, this was a good initial setup, right? Having the 2 players on the opposing end to help apply an additional bits of pressure here. But now Hannah finds herself in a bit of a sticky situation, right? We've got to see Tiger and Cat Veins definitely look to close that gap, trying to move on forward. But at the same time, we've got Digital Athletics moving up behind them. So Fenerbahce, in a position that looked quite advantageous, very briefly now finding themselves in quite a bit of a sandwich being played out here, but up comes the shots as Barbie now is going to be the next one to follow through, gets the hit onto Hannah, and that does open up the door, but Cat Veins and Tiger now need to rush on in, and this is Fenerbahce down to only 1. Barbie trying to survive. Let's see whether or not she can find the devastating blows to end the run here for Red Tiam, because, I mean, Digital Athletics, they are like vultures, right? They're circling, they're waiting for the opportunity to strike, and they could definitely pose quite a bit of a threat here, not only to Fenerbahce, but also to the side of Red Tiam.
They absolutely could as Bonfire goes out, but the nades are flying, and Digital Athletics have all the utility in the world, it seems, and look at that off angle. Just letting Fenerbahce, letting Barbie know that she's there so that you don't peek that window is a big show of confidence there. Really, really good play. And now it's all up to Tiam, because Digital Athletics, with getting rid of the rest of Fenerbahce, have now laid claim to that entire building, if not that entire half of the compound. So they're going to have to be very careful and see how they play that. But Dark Angels as well, this is where you're starting to see this chaos start to ensue here, because everybody's looking at everybody, and it's only stage 5. The zone is getting smaller and smaller, but Cat Veins can't hold them all off because Digital Athletics playing it a little bit more together than Fenerbahce were, so it's only up to Taiga now, as she has to fend off still 3 players, 4 once Leia has her healing back up. She's been rezzed up, so now it's back up to 4.
Well, this is going to be the spread, the play. Yep, there we have it. That is going to be the end of the run here for Red Tiam Blossom, as they get, stopped in their tracks, right? They get plucked, and that's it. Digital Athletics now with 6 eliminations under their belt, and they still have a long way to go. We are down to our final 10 teams. Not noobs, they've now also taken occupation just a little bit further north of the zones. You can see them off in the distance there. So this zone in and of itself is going to be quite challenging. Yes, we do have a few hay bales and a few compounds that could maybe help the teams transition forward, but once they make it in, there's not a lot of obstacles to really use as coverage. So it is going to be a very difficult zone for these teams to play through. Even looking at Mumia here, they've not been able to find a single elimination, and they've lost 2 of their players. So a pretty tough start to the action here. Even same thing going over on towards Oh Daddy. As you can see, N77 just popping it up, right? Hitting the utility where it matters. And that does really help open up the opportunity now for Not Noobs.
It does indeed, and we were talking about how open this zone is, and really the players, the teams with those vehicles are the ones that are going to have the most chance here. So Not Noobs with all these vehicles. I think S2G as well had a lot of vehicles coming in to this this circle. They're going to be looking pretty good, and for Not Noobs, this ridge is being excellent for them, just being able to just clear the eastern side before they have to move into zone themselves. So we'll see what they have up their sleeves for a little while longer. Yikes, though, could have a good spot here as well if they can just get rid of Goat. Make sure this side is clear. They do have one, can never mind get the other one. It's quite entirely possible because Leora isn't doing that much. They've decided a mutual heal is in order. So Leora and Nevermore are going to be going head-to-head here with better health bars, but that Molotov might just get rid of whatever health she had left as the aura goes out, and that is easy pickings for Nevermind, as Goat and Victa do go out with 1 elimination and a couple of placement points as well. But for now, Yikes up as 3 on the northern side. No one's really looking at them, and look at this really nice ledge, DK.
Yeah, it's a good ledge, but it's all going to rely on what's happening over on towards that eastern side, right? S2G trying to set up a bit of a barrier here, trying to keep the players from Mel's Nova at bay. And from what we've seen, Mel's Nova also, they've shown great capability, right? They can really push if that is the mood that they're in. So let's see what the flavor will be moving into this last bit of the match, as we are coming to the end of phase number 6, about to jump into phase 7. We also do say goodbye to the Dark Angels as they make their way out there with 5 eliminations.
Whoa!
Another team falls. 3 teams falls. Wow! That is Digital, that is Lida, as well as Mel's, all just biting the bullet. Down they go, but each going out with pretty high elimination counts. And now it is down to S2G, Yikes, and Not Noobs to see who will be crowned the victors for our very first match of the day. Yikes, though, I gotta say, I like their position, right? Smack dab center. And they're kind of just waiting to see what's gonna happen between Not Noobs and S2G.
Yeah, but for Not Noobs, this is fantastic, right? Look at their placement. They're able to kind of just wait and see what S2G and Yikes are going to do. And for them, this is the team that needs the most points out of these 3. They are lowest on the scoreboard right now, and they could definitely use a big win here. This is already a huge game for them. 7 eliminations and a top 3 position is fantastic. But if they could make this a win, this would set up the rest of their day so well.
Yeah, it definitely could pan out quite exceptionally for them here, but it's all going to come down to how they just maneuver their way in. Not Noobs, though, holding on with a 2-piece. A good knock over on towards Nevermind, so that does help it kind of bring Yikes back onto even grounds here. But it's going to be that full send, and Yikes will find themselves in quite a bit of a predicament as they have several players now to contend against that are going to be looking to try and take that position from them. A nice little bit of a molly or a flash grenade while they're coming in there. I'd be worried if molly's made you blind like that. Maybe it's not the right kind. Maybe it's expired, right? But either which way, there is still going to be quite a bit of an opportunity here, as we do see Yikes now, again, just trying to strengthen that very edge play that they have. Not Noobs. It's looking pretty tough here, right? N77 did show a few crazy pop-off plays, but it's all going to boil down to this final one. And I think actually using flash nades at this point of the match is actually a brilliant move, because when it's exactly that point when your opponent needs the visuals that you kind of, you know, deprive them of that. So good play, as Not Noobs now gets taken aback. Off they go, 8 eliminations. And it is Yikes versus S2G. It's a 2v3 to be the decider.
Yeah, it is. Not Noobs going for that play against Yikes, not super sure, but I totally agree about the flashes. I've never really understood the point of them in the game, and now it's clear to me. It's clear to me that, you know, exactly for things like this, if you don't have the cover, make your opponent blind, and that's cover enough, you know? So good ideas all around there, but Yikes do have still something to play for here. S2G have gained control of the upper side of the hill, but unless she can hit those shots, which she cannot do, it's all a moot point, because you do have now Psych to move on in and claim that elimination. The blue zone has already grabbed Lucy, so now it is just a solo left from S2G. She's found her. Not quite just able to move out of the way, but she's out in the blue zone, and that's going to be the end of S2G, and Yikes, Flame take it away. The first win of the night.
Yep, that was Yikes coming in clutch, and what a clutch that was. I mean, still a very contentious last zone that the teams moved into, but I kind of like the progression that we have with these zone shifts, right? We did see that eastern shift, then going up north, then going east again, then going slightly south, then making an aggressive pull up towards the north again, right? So the teams kind of had a bit of an idea as to how they were going to move through this, but when we came down to that little mound, right, where it all came to an end, it proved to be such a challenging position because, again, several of the angles that we've seen these zones finish in, there's somewhere, some place for the teams to hide behind. That mound, well, it doesn't really have much, right? All you
No.
have is elevation, and it's very, very difficult to play through.
It is very difficult, and that's where those flashes come into play, and that's where those vehicles come into play. It's really a question of, if you don't have cover, then you've got to make your own whichever way you can. So it's a very good job from them. I wasn't super sure that Noob should have gone for the play onto Yikes there. I didn't think that was a good play because it allowed S2G to gain control of the hill and take them out eventually, which they did. But with Yikes being able to just win those 1v1s and get that advantage, then it was just their game to win.
I think it was kind of inevitable looking at the position that Yikes had, right? Because they were positioned within the zone. S2G as well as Not Noobs were kind of on that outlying area. So I initially thought that Not Noobs and S2G were going to take the engagement against each other and leave Yikes then, back in the zone to kind of swoop in and clean it up. It didn't quite go that way, but Yikes did inevitably come in and clutch up, right? They got that winner chicken dinner, and they got a 1987 when it comes to the amount of damage. And what a play. What a way to start off the action right here in day number 2.
Yeah, it is. But you know what's really crazy to say is that this is one of our smaller win to elimination to elimination ratios. There we go. um, it's not double digits, DK, and I'm almost disappointed it's not double digit eliminations. But you know what? We'll forgive him just this once, because Psych gets a 352-meter longest distance elimination. I mean, it's Erangel, it's a bigger map. You do get those kinds of distances, but that's still insane, especially considering I didn't see a DMR or a sniper anywhere.
Yeah, but I mean, for Psych, you missed 2 of the 3 S's that you had to add in.
Sorry,
before,
Psych.
right? No, Psych. You gotta stretch it up. But either which way, yeah, great shot coming through on that one. But to answer your question as to why that chicken wasn't as fat as you thought it could be, is because there were so many teams locking in large elimination counts, right? All the way from 8th place finish up, right? And we'll see that when we get once we get into the points. It's crazy, but of course we've got to give a big shout out here, going out to Elena, all the way from Lida Esports, securing 5 eliminations and 766 damage being secured. I mean, that's pretty impressive, because also if you look at what N77 did, right, coming into that later stage of the game, already doing so with 4 eliminations up. But there we have it. Look at that, 9, 8, 9, 6, 8, 6, 5, 5. It's crazy. That's why there's not a fat chicken at the top, because it's spread throughout the top 8 teams.
Yeah, I mean, Not Noobs able to secure 8, Digital Athletics with 9, S2G with 6. Lighter, even though they went out earlier than we might have expected, they still got 8 eliminations. It's a double-digit point game for them. So a really, really good job from all of these teams, and we're really starting to see that these teams are able to take control, or at least take advantage of chaos. It's that as that zone got smaller and smaller over into open ground, and there was a lot less ground for people to go into, you saw certain teams just really able to third party, really able to pick up and come behind teams that were fighting, and you were really starting to see them pick up a lot of these eliminations that they had no business having, but they were able to just come through and flush them out.
Yeah, and a lot of flushing did happen there indeed. And of course, speaking about that, we are going to make our way straight over into the points. So for Lighter Esports, not a drastic increase with regards to points, right? They already had the 2 chicken dinners. They came in on 71 points. They are now all the way up to 81. The same thing can be said here for GOAT, right? Just a small little bit of an increase, but we did see Digital Athletics, of course, taking a little bit of a move up in towards that 3rd place. And also then, as a result, we did see the players then from OOC move all the way down to 6th, right? So Mel's, as well as the players there from S2G, all making that upward movement. And I think Digital Athletics as well as S2G definitely going to be making the bigger moves that we've seen right here. Of course, we'll take a more in-depth look at that in a short little while as well. But yeah, everybody has points on the board, right? And that's a good thing to see coming through. Always here, good. Especially that we are in day number 2. But we're going to have to see a little bit more focus now come through from X-Force as well as Mumia, who we saw still sitting with a single digit along, next to their names. We did see Mumia find a point, so it's
We
not like
did.
they're not doing anything. We just need to see more, right? That's
Yeah.
more. And of course, speaking about more, of course, these stats are increasing more and more as we go on through. Elena, of course, now jumping to the front. We did have Linus and Yagi all the way in first and second, with Milena actually then occupying that third place. Elena was all the way in first, and now with that phenomenal performance that we saw on Erangel, climbing all the way to pole position. So great change up, great jump that we've got coming through here. But that was only game number 1. We have still 4 more to go.
We do. We are just getting started over here. Yeah, 4 more games. We're hopping into Miramar next, and that's going to be super interesting to watch. I mean, the teams always go crazy over on Miramar, and the way that the teams are playing this now, there's a lot more third partying, there's a lot more awareness and kind of aggression when it comes to trying to take advantage of fights already happening. And I think the Miramar is going to be very interesting to watch just for that reason, that as that zone gets smaller and smaller, we could definitely be seeing some big moves happening, maybe some risky ones, maybe some ones that will have our jaws on the floor, but I can't wait to see all that. Of course, Miramar will be happening in a few minutes. We'll be just waiting for that to happen very shortly. I mean, I'm going to be looking forward to Sanhok most of all, especially after last night's, but Miramar is first. We will be getting into that shortly, but right now we're going to go into a short break, and we'll see you all soon. back, everybody. We are about to head over into Miramar very, very shortly here. Game number 2 of only 5 left that the teams of Group B have in order to make sure that they are not the ones going home. Now, we did see a really good show from the first match on Erangel. We had Not Noobs, who were in danger of going home, really solidify their spot a little bit more with that 3rd place win. It's a win. And you know what? A top 3 is a win. Let's go with that. But going over onto Miramar shortly here, we got to talk about that map in particular, right? It's the largest map, but also the most open. And from what we saw in the last open zone, it was a lot of chaos.
Oh, yes. Especially if you spell chaos with a capital letter, right?
Yes, true.
Capital CH.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yes. Funny English language. Anyway, I'm curious to see how this one is going to play out, right? We did see a little bit of movement coming through in that first match, but as you've said, moving into game number next, it is going to be that opportunity for the teams to really try and light it up, to bring as much of that aggression to the forefront as they could possibly muster right here. So I'm curious to see actually who's going to be the one to kind of pull, the cat out of the bag. If you remember back onto the first Miramar that the squads had, we did see the players there from Lider actually coming through with that winner chicken dinner. Going into the second game, it was also Lider coming through with the winner chicken dinner.
That's true.
Right, so
yeah,
both their chickens has come off of the map of Miramar. So if I'm to believe the stats, I'd say that there's maybe a chance that they might look to maybe do it again.
Yeah.
But I don't want to get ahead of myself. Right? Not yet. We'll wait till game number 4, right? And because then we can do it. But I think the good question here is going to be where that initial zone is going to be taking us, right? Because we've seen a few different plays, a few different angles as to where the zone has gone. And I mean, this is still pretty much the same that we've seen a few times.
Yeah, it's true. Yesterday in particular, it did this a lot. It went down to the eastern side, particularly the southeastern side. But the nice thing about this is that it matches that plane path, right? I think on the day ones of both groups, we were seeing a lot of hardships, and that was making it very difficult for teams to actually do anything with their strategies. But this time around, the game's being a little bit kinder to them. They're able to actually have that little bit more control over what they do. And S2G already have a glider. Let's go. Nope, never mind. That was a parachute. Don't mind me. We're going to move over to... What hot drops do we have? None. That's crazy. No hot drops.
I was gasping for a reason, right? Because San Martin has only one team in it. What?
No way.
Mumia went to the west and
That's
the southwest.
Crazy.
What? It's good, right?
It is good.
Good call coming through from Mumia, not getting caught up in that congestion up into towards San Martin. Yes, they've not moved out of the area, right? They're not completely gone, but they didn't hard drop in it. And I think that is a very educated call to make, right?
Yeah.
Well done. Well done. That
Snaps.
is what we want to see. Teams adjusting and, looking to take the engagements in slightly different ways. I'm curious, though, to see what is going to be coming through up on towards Minas Generales, potentially maybe even down in towards La Bendita, right? Because that's where we had Fenerbahce as well as X-Force dropping in pretty close proximity to each other. We also did see Los Leones. It could maybe get a little bit hot and heated, right? As you can see, Goat, they've taken a few hits already. We do have Mel's in there as well, a little bit more towards that northern side. We did see Yikes dropping over on towards the west. So I think there is maybe a bit of a chance that we might have some engagement. But as you said, back on day one, Los Leones is so vast. The teams can quite easily share the space without even finding each other.
It's very true, and I think that's true of a lot of places on Miramar. El Pozo is another one where you're very comfortable doing your own thing and keeping to your own side. So there's a lot of places where an 18-team lobby actually makes sense on a Miramar because of that advantage that you have. Those two teams, they can be in Los Leones, they can be in El Pozo, they can do what they want. It's chill, it's fine. There's plenty of room and plenty of loot for everybody around. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the teams decide to do with it. And as you said, yeah, Red Tiam, they're the only ones in Los Leones in San Martin, so they're very happy with that. But 1,800 meters to go is a little long. It's a little bit of a run. That's not exactly the run I would want to be doing, but hopefully they have vehicles so they don't have to.
Yeah, there are vehicle spawns relatively close to them. Not exactly on top of where they are, but it's close enough. So I don't think they're going to be feeling all too worried about that. Bonfire, they're having a pretty chill, relaxed time here. Yeah, not having to worry about anybody necessarily pushing up on towards them. So I think up here in Pozo is going to be great for them. We did see Digital Athletics dropping close, as well as the Dark Angels. But both teams, of course, going on their own way, rather deciding to get themselves maybe a little bit closer towards that zone, as opposed to, risking out so far away from everything else. I mean, that's not entirely true. We do see some players off in the distance there. So that might be the Dark Angels. But either which way, it's okay. It's okay. I'm more looking forward to seeing how these teams are going to look to converge into this next zone, because are they going to go for the outlying positions of Los Leones, maybe going up to those hills just to the north of it between Los Leones and La Bendita? Are we going to see maybe a little bit of something coming closer towards that Impala region, or that open lot between Puerto Pareso and Los Leones? I mean, there's so many places that these teams can look to take occupancy of. They could even go all the way down to Partona, right? On that far southern side. Why? Who knows, right? The zone might decide to go there, and then the team who sat there is just smiling all the way to the bank, right? It could go any which way. But now it's all going to come down to what the teams predict this next phase is going to bring on through.
Yeah, it is. And I think I do want to bring up a point here, is that GOAT actually landed in a really big split across the South Los Leones cliff area. Now, if the zone does decide that we are going to have a southern shift, then that is a massive advantage for them. They're really going to be able to do something with that just because of that split and because of the control they have across that south side. They can do a lot of really, really aggressive plays against teams coming in.
Yeah, so we'll see how that aggression is going to pan out, hopefully pretty soon. We still have a minute and a little bit of something there left to see where these teams are going to go. Surprisingly enough, Mumia, they dropped a little bit further away. They've now come back in towards San Martin to see if maybe Red Tiam is still there. As we can see, the answer is no. They left, right? They're not where Mumia expected them to be, but I think that's good due diligence coming through from the side of Mumia, right? They've opted for different drop location, but just making 100% sure that they're not passing on a bit of an opportunity to maybe get into a few early engagements. So, yeah, good evolution of the strategies coming through here. Of course, we are going to be looking now at the players here from VPG that we saw on the screen. Things looking pretty decent, normal on their end. NATO, I'm happy to see that nothing strange has befallen them.
This time.
Everything looks normal, right? Everything looks okay.
Yep.
We've got the regular old shots flying in their direction. That, of course, is the players there from Mels that have actually kind of just stood their position, right? NATO, we did see them drop a little bit further to the east, a little bit closer to Impala, and now they've kind of tried to wrap around, but they are getting wrapped on, so you gotta watch out, because GOAT is starting to move in from the south.
Yeah, they're also moving in onto the cliff side there. I just saw them up on those cliffs to the east side of Los Leones as well. So they're going to have to be very careful as the Mini, or M16 rather, unable to find their mark there. And now Odaddy's having to be super careful because, of course, Go is there. Leora is looking at her, and she will take advantage of any angles that she misses.
Yeah, I don't see the team necessarily really hard committing to any of these plays just yet. It does seem like Mals are, again, just trying to get themselves established, just ensuring that whoever they have surrounding them is not necessarily going to look to rush them. So For NATO, it's a good call. For Mel's Nova, it's a good call. Both teams kind of just holding their ground at this point. Of course, waiting to see where they are to rotate towards, seeing that we've now hit stage number 2, right? So new opportunity, new positions that these teams need to get themselves situated in. But of course, there's going to be rotations coming through for a lot of our squads here, right? Even K12, they started all the way over on towards Monte Nuevo, right? That far side, or even Ladriera. And now they've been able to kind of slowly make their way down a little bit further down towards the southern side, but they still need to try and kind of inch their way back up into the zone.
Yeah, they do, but I think honestly the way this has the way that the teams are all rotating, I think we are in fact going down to the south side. And so we are going to be looking at those cliffs coming into play for the rest of the game. And this is again where GOAT have an opportunity to be huge right now. They could be such a dominant force in this game if they use this correctly. They're here already. They've been here for ages, since the beginning of the game. Now they just need to use that to their advantage, and we could start to see that come into play very, very shortly. I am seeing on the elimination feed, though, OOC actually lose one. Rose goes out as, yikes, winners of the Erangel take an early point.
Okay. So where will this one take us then? I mean, somebody was bound to start something somewhere, right? Because we're already 10 minutes in, so we have to have the teams now starting to find each other. But of course, this is the map of Miramar. It does allow for a little bit more of an opportunity, a little bit more time before the teams actually start to take these engagements. So let's see how the setups are going to look to play on out here. As yikes, they might find themselves in an interesting play here. They've got a team to their north, their southwest, as well as even potentially maybe their northeast. So got to watch that triangle. Don't want to get caught in the middle of it. And what we do see happening, though, is going to be the players there from Not Noobs now feeling a little bit of that pressure getting applied to them. But of course, up back in the city, things also now starting to ramp up.
Yeah, this is really where, as big potential areas start to appear, right? Those areas that obviously have the most potential to get that win going. This is where you're going to start seeing clashes, because like Not Noobs and GOAT, they both recognize this area as a good compound that they want. And so this is where those fights are going to start happening. As you can see, that zone did go down to the south side. It will be moving in even more in just a couple of minutes. And these teams decided, it's going center. It's gonna go to those cliffs, and this is why Non-Noobs and GOAT are trying for this compound so hard. It's right near where that zone probably is going to go. It's probably going to be a really good mid position, and it's got a great scope around the area.
Yeah, so it's all going to be down to what they'll be able to do with the current position they find themselves in. A few more engagements now starting to trickle on in. GOAT, again, also not aggressively committing, but definitely looking to make it a lot more challenging over onto the side there. And of course, we can say a similar kind of thing here for the Dark Angels, as they are going to be looking to, at least for the time being, defend their position, as Bonfire is going to be knocking at the door. A very eastern angle that they're trying to play off of, and it's odd that we did see Bonfire actually rotating to this western side purposefully, right? All the other teams have gone into the zone, and they've decided to opt to the outskirts, which is, of course, where they found themselves there. GOAT, just with a quick little bit of a repositioning, and I like this. It gives them a little bit of breathing room, right? It's not going to be as claustrophobic, so it does allow them that opportunity to just kind of rethink the strategy and decide whether or not they really want to commit to that. Unfortunately, Lexi getting caught with that flashbang, and it makes it so incredibly challenging to kind of figure out who's coming in from which direction and why. But Bonfire, big brain strats being played here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the Bonfire coming into the edge of it is actually a good thing, because a lot of these teams are moving in to the center, and that's where all those fights are going to start erupting very shortly. If you're a team that are on the edge, and that when all those fights start going, you just wait, and there will be no waiting. It will just be all going, except for Bonfire. Look, they're on the edge of the
Yeah.
zone. They're able to take control. If they move now further into zone, just get a compound next door that's just a little bit better, you can absolutely take control of all these teams moving in.
I mean, Bonfire doesn't even necessarily have to worry about a compound, right? Because they're at the top of the hill, they're at the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
So they've got quite a bit of a vantage point looking down there. So, I mean, they could just be an absolute nuisance. Just raining down chaos and carnage and, you know, ticking away at HP bars and looking to see what they can play. I am, however, going to be looking at those teams that we saw up and towards the northeastern side, right? Like S2G, Red Tiam, as well as Mumia. We had Fenerbahce there. We had X-Force and quite a few others that now have to make that long, arduous trek all the way back in towards this next zone. So this is where I think things are going to come quite complicated, right? But I think also Dark Angels made a good call to go for that coast position, right? To get away from the tricky angles that they found themselves there alongside the players from Bonfire, right? Bonfire, of course, took the position from them, but that's just how it goes, right? You got to give some to take some, and that's what it is. So, yep, now the hard work comes.
It does, and NATO are looking to bring that hard work to them because Fenerbahce trying to get away, trying to get into zone, but NATO are right behind them and looking for those eliminations because, yeah, they pull up short of them. They're trying to evade them because they know that Fenerbahce will be trying to find a place and then turn their sights on them. And look at that. They're trying to get that higher ground. They're trying to get that position. This is really nice work from them. Unfortunately, it could be Tiam that have the actual advantage with this high ground. They've come up over the other side of the hill. So immediately a fight's going to break out here. But some really good work coming in from NATO.
Yep, definitely some good work. Good to see them bouncing back. And now it's going to be that opportunity, that time to play. Red Tiam definitely not going to make it easy on them, right? We know Cat Veins and the rest of the crew can really ramp up the pressure if they decide to do so. So let's see what this play will be. But I like the decision being made here by Cat Veins, right? Not pushing in blindly. Instead, it's going to be waiting for that reinforcement to come on through. And now it's going to be up to Remy and Lana to try and get out of that sticky spot. And they can't run too far because not only is Red Tiam hunting them down with vehicles, they've got teams just south of them, right? So, again, not too many options available to them. Goes for Remy.
Oh,
They
no.
are definitely just having a very tough first two matches, right? Game one,
Yeah.
vehicles doing odd things. Game two, getting taken down by vehicles. I hope
Vehicles are
Sanhok just goes better for them.
Well, hopefully they won't use vehicles in Sanhok, and maybe it will. Yeah, I feel bad for NATO because, like I said before, that was a great play. It was looking really, really good. Unfortunately, just there is somebody on the other side of the mountain, and that is gonna not go very well for you if that's the case. So, GG's unfortunate, and I'm hopeful for the next game because again, that was really, really good stuff. Bonfire, though, I'm looking for a lot from them right now. They made that bet on the edge side and it worked out, and now they've got to grab that opportunity and do something with it. So I need them to move off the far edge because if you're there too long, you're just going to be able to get gate kept very, very easily. I need them to move closer to that mid section of the zone and then try and do something.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. It's going to be important for them to kind of continue with the momentum that they've slowly been building onto. And yeah, it just keeps on getting more and more challenging with the zone kind of pulling a little bit further towards that northern side. So the teams kind of have to backtrack on the approaches that they were taking. But for Bonfire, it's surprising to see that Purple has actually felt a bit of pressure getting taken into them. I mean, Layla can still move a little bit further forward. There's still a bit of an opportunity up on the ridge line, but you definitely have to play it very, very calculated. Speaking about calculated, that's exactly what Yikes is looking to do here, right? Kind of finding the players there from not noobs in quite the vulnerable angle and all the way out on the end. It's going to be X moving. Also have of an altercation. Of course, both these teams are in need of points, right? So they don't want to drop the ball. They want to try and survive.
opportunity to do this. It's 20 seconds until the zone closes, and they've got 600 plus meters to go, so they've really got to finish this up quickly. I think they're in a position where both of them could disengage here and just go, hey, you know what, let's continue this inside of zone, but it doesn't seem like they really are looking to do that all too much. Those Molotovs could just be deterrents. But I think Force is actually deciding that that is what they're going to have to do, especially as that zone now starts to move in. It's stage 4, guys. That zone is going to start to tick away at your health. You see it on the bars there, going quite heavily, and they don't have that many meds. So in this bus, that's going to be rough.
Yeah, it's out of my choice of vehicles, that's not the one that I would necessarily take.
No.
But you know, they don't have a choice. That's the vehicle that they have, so they're gonna have to try and make the most out of that. You can see the blue zone also getting the better of a few of our players there, as Red Team also now starts to drop in their available players. But here we go, right? The push is in. OOC also just barely making it out ahead of the blue, but they're not out of the woods yet, because as they make it in, they're going to have to continue with the fighting here, right? Going from fighting the big bad blue zone to fighting alongside their contenders. And, well, so far, the distraction is actually working in their favor, right? They have the opportunity to kind of maybe just slide on through. We can't say the same here for Digital Athletics, as Yikes has a great line of sight on them, and this is going to be that pressure play now being applied. We do say goodbye to Mumia, as well as another team that followed them in, right? X-Force, and well, the pressure continues to build. I mean, we're in stage 5 and we've got 15 teams remaining.
That's insane. I hadn't realized that, but you're so right. 21 minutes into the game, and there's 15 teams alive, 40 players up on these cliffs is insane work. And the fact that K12 is able to stay up as a full squad with 5 eliminations on the board right now is really, really good work. Unfortunately, the zone is no longer with them, and they do have a lot of teams around them, as well as teams in zone completely looking in that direction. But if they can just try and clean up the teams they have around them, that's still a great game, even if they can't get into zone.
Well, let's see how this one will pan out. OOC trying to make the most of what they have to work with here, and that is realistically not much. Goat, they're going to look to get a bit of a clean swipe here onto the side of Dream Core. Great nade, though, coming through from 7HQ. But let's see, will that continue to be the thing here? A great opportunity to quickly try and get that res up in towards Lola, just to bring their numbers back into contention, right? Because, I mean, it's not over for OOC just yet, right? They can still find a way to bounce back, but you got to watch out for that purple dot, right? That purple dot is going to be an absolute trouble play for them if they are not careful.
And the yellow dot as well. I mean, over on there, K12 looking straight at them here. 7HH is going to try and get to maybe a vehicle there, or maybe the rock. But Bonfire continue to stay on the outside of the fire zone of where everybody is, and this is looking really, really good. Does it mean points? Not necessarily. They're not really getting those eliminations. They have 3 at the moment, but this is where those placement points are really going to do them some good as we look towards teams now moving closer and closer towards them as that zone gets closer and closer. And K12 having a hard time moving outside or into the zone, rather. They are going to go out 6 eliminations on their tally. VPG next to fall. This is where we're going to see a lot of teams saying goodbye and going back to that lobby. 8 now just alive with us.
Yeah, and I think this is the opportunity for Bonfire to make a push, make a play, maybe to get themselves towards that northern side of the zone. There could be a bit of an angle to try and leverage from there, but of course they're going to have to contest against Goat and everybody else that are holding steady here. So the pressure is on. OOC still alive, still managing to somehow miraculously survive the pressures being applied on towards them. And of course, nothing wrong with a little bit of loot in the area.
Oh,
right? Yeah. See, this is why I always go for the loot boxes that are lying all over the place, because it's much needed parts that you need, right? It's essential And that, of course, also happens to me where I
Yes.
get spotted out and hit, and Max is never happy when that
He's
happens,
never
but it
happy.
is what it is. OOC, Lola now are going to try and survive as best they can, and it's going to be up to the side there of Lida that have also yet to cross quite a bit of ground to get themselves secured in towards this next phase. And I think here for Bonfire, Center Zone, definitely not where you want to be. Maybe a little bit more towards the north, but that is already quite heavily contested with Goat and everybody else just looking to cram up into the zone.
Holy moly, Bonfire. I was not expecting them to go full send into the center like that, but I don't think the terrain allows for much else. But they've really put themselves on the front line of all those teams on the eastern side coming on in, and now we're just down to 4 teams just like that. It's lighter over onto the eastern side down below. They did try that full send. It didn't really work. Goat up on top and Fenerbahce to the south as well. So Bonfire really have their work cut out for them. And Goat might just clean up a little bit of that. There you go. Lighter Esports are not going to be winning their 3rd Miramar of the group, but we will see them go out with 6 eliminations anyway, so that's not too shabby at all. Fenerbahce, though, has been a team that we've seen time and time again being able to clutch it. So can they do it again? They do have a full squad, and they got a nice little ridge to play off of here, but Bonfire, Purple, she's just got that position to really do some damage.
Yeah, definitely has the angle to do quite a bit of damage here. But I think looking at this, Fenerbahce, even though they're not in zone, they are going to be holding just on the very edge, right? So I would not be surprised if they somehow find a way to just quickly sneak their way on through. But that is going to depend quite heavily on what Bonfire does with this play right here, as they do start to poke and prod over onto the side of Goat Esports. I mean, all 3 teams essentially kind of maybe being in zone, but you got to watch how you crest that ridge, especially if you are Fenerbahce, right? If you want to try and survive, you got to try and play this very, very calculated. Yeah, maybe not the open. That's not where you're meant to go.
Yeah.
But it's okay. I mean, Goat, they're going to be happy with this regardless. Already 6 eliminations up to their name. Fenerbahce trying to see if they can make a little bit of something. Last over here, they do have Barbie and 1 more left to push on forward. Already coming through with those 3 eliminations. And now it's going to be Fenerbahce down to 1. It is the opportunity for Bonfire now to go all the way to the wire here against the side of Goat, who's got themselves trapped on the ridges. But a beautiful exchange with the utility coming through in both directions. It is going to be Layla dropped on down. It's up to Atlas now to try and bring the team back on their feet. But it's a full send as Goat starts to apply the pressure now, moving up. They've got 3 players to utilize, and they're going to look to just sneak and snake their way through this one. And it could be so dang close already. 9 eliminations up. Are they going to find the final 3 to push them all the way to 12?
Where did Goat come from? I'm surprised that Bonfire were able to pick up themselves as much as they did, but Goat were looking like an edge team, and they just crawled over the edge of that cliffside, ready to get rid of Bonfire completely. And as those nades and utilities keep getting thrown back and forth, Bonfire's health looking worse and worse with every second. Leora now taking that front line. Fenerbahce, meanwhile, being very quiet, and that's going to be a huge downfall of Go if they're not careful here. Never mind, Barbie gets taken out there, but that's going to be 3 eliminations going their way, but Purple goes down now. Leora, great exchange with her, and that's going to be the end of it. Goat take out Bonfire, what should have been Bonfire's win, but Goat are able just to oust them from that cliff.
I mean, it was close, right?
It was close.
Almost went the opposite way, right? So it just shows you that the angle that Goat had there was a little bit more of an advantageous way. Just the approach they took to play that, right? They weren't limiting themselves to staying on the lower ground, right? They tried to kind of ride the ridge. We did see them poking up, just, laying a few shots into the side there of Bonfire. So a phenomenal utilization of the terrain. And unfortunate for Fenerbahce, Barbie tried to sneak their way up into zone, but having that Overwatch come through from the side of Bonfire, there was just no way, right? It just wasn't going to happen. So valiant effort, but unfortunately, it didn't quite pan out in their favor. But you got to give it up. An absolutely amazing showing that we had coming into the final few zones of this Miramar, right? Quite challenging. We had a lot of teams surviving to the very last minute, and then just all hell broke loose, right? It was just like it's like you could take a M249 and just go like, ah,
Yeah, yeah. It's true. I mean,
and hit anybody.
like you said, 15 teams in Zone 5 is unheard of. That was an insane stat to see up on the board. But yeah, it was really, really interesting to watch how teams were able to fight their way through that chaos. I mean, you had on one side
Mm.
Bonfire, who were able to just kind of stay away from it all and wait for those teams to come to them. And then you had Goat, who had to fight their way through all that. They came in on that northeastern side with everybody else, and it shows, right? That elimination count, that damage, 2,400 damage, and also 1,000 damage taken, means that they really had to fight through all of those teams, and they really did a good job to get that win.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like Goat was just handed all these things,
Yeah.
out of the gate, because if you look at just how the way that they made their way through, yes, sure, they landed towards that southern side, which meant that they didn't have to necessarily move all that much. But because of the uncertainty as to how the zone was going to shift around, we did see a lot of, north and south movement coming through
Mm-hmm.
from them until they decided, well, we're going to go maybe a little bit more to the west, and things planned out in their favor. But
Mm-hmm.
speaking about favors, though, purple doing quite a phenomenal shot
Yeah.
here, coming
Yeah.
through with a 376-meter hit. That, of course, being all the way from that western side of the zone where we did see Bonfire taking occupancy.
Yeah, it sure is. And Purple was one of the leading ladies of her team with that off angle in those final stages. So, yeah, we also saw them really looking across the valley, and it was an awful long way away. So, yeah, no doubt that's coming from that western side, and a really good shot as well. And that's an elimination, not even a knock, that's an elimination. So, GG's there. But it is going to be our GOAT Leora to be MVP of the match with 6 eliminations going to her, nearly half of her total team's eliminations, and 895 damage going her way as well. So a really good show from Leora here.
Yeah, great performance indeed. Nothing that we can fault on that, but we are going to have
Mm-mm.
to take a look at this right here. It is going to be Goat coming through with a glorious 23 points. And then it's going to be the players from Bonfire, also with 13, but the 13 is their total, not the amount of eliminations that they were able
Mm-hmm.
to bring on through. So still, Goat, I think they chose the right name. But looking at the
Yeah.
numbers here, still we do see a good share of those eliminations yet again, right? We got 7, 6, 3, 7, 6, 6, 2, 4, right? All the way to that 9th place. So the team's definitely not being shy when it comes to taking the altercations, taking those engagements. But unfortunately, NATO having a bit of a tough run yet again. So hopefully game number 3 could be the one where we see that the team of NATO are going to be just flourishing
Mm-hmm.
yet again.
Yeah, and I hope so, because they're really trying. You can tell in the way they're moving and the way they're playing. They're really, really trying to get those points wherever they can, and they're making some good plays. They're making having some good ideas, but the other teams around them just aren't letting them have the game they want. Now, having said that, they're still in 15th place. They aren't in danger, like, just by standing there. They do have a 5-point lead against the 16th place team of Force. So even if everything stopped now, they would be
Mm.
fine. But it is that safety barrier that you want. You want them to be having at least probably 25 points. They should be around 11th place for them to really be safe here.
Yeah, and I mean, we also do see another good move coming through there from Bonfire, right? That match resulting in some pretty good things for them. The
Mm-hmm.
13 points takes them all the way from 8th place, which they started the match out in, all the way up in towards 4th. So a great jump up the board there. But I mean, Yagi, Linus, they still here, right? They are still
Yeah.
holding steady up in the top 3. Elena is still going to be occupying that pole position for the time being. And I think this is great, right? But I'm curious to see if anybody else is maybe going to try and contend against these 3 ladies.
Yeah, and I think if last night is anything to judge by, I think Sanhok is going to be where we're going to see that start to happen. If anybody's going to be an MVP, it's going to be on Sanhok, right? Where there's a far less space, the zones are automatically smaller because it is a smaller map, and so you're going to have a lot more eyes on a lot more people, and so
Mm.
maybe that's where that MVP really comes into play there. So we will see. We'll have to see, though, DK, for just a few more minutes. We'll have to wait a little longer with those questions unanswered as we're going to head into a break ahead of our Sanhok. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the third game. We're going to be coming into the third game here shortly of Sanhok DK. We're looking pretty good already here at the halfway point of the evening, and we're getting into our smallest match after that chaos of the largest one, DK. I think we're in for a treat.
Yeah, we could be. That would be the hope. That would be the hope. Let's see whether or not that is indeed going to be the case as we are making our way on through. Now, the thing about Sanhok, as we know, is we're going to have to wait a hot minute to see what the zone actually does, right? Because the plane's going to leave and the team's going to forget that, oh, yeah, they were actually dropping down. And then eventually the zone's going to go like, oh, yes. Here is that extra bit of info that you might have wanted to see at some point for some reason. But a decent spread going through here from the team, so I don't see any necessarily crazy spots. Maybe down towards that southern side, right, Sami? Could get a little bit crazy. Maybe.
I want the zone to go to docks. I'm just gonna say it now. I think that would be super toxic and super fun. Why not?
Always with the toxicity.
Always. I'm sorry. I mean, Mel's is already kind of trying for that, right? They're going to Camp Charlie. That's in that area. They'll be good to go. So I'm not toxic to everybody, you know? Oh, okay. Zone. Gonna go elsewhere. It's gonna go over to the island. It's gonna go over to the western side of the map. Now, that's good for a lot of teams, but DK, we have the infamous trifecta in this zone, and if Sanhok has taught me anything, it's that the zone normally goes right there.
Not always, but there's a high probability. I think realistically it could go one of three places. Either it's going to go up to, as Imperium would say, the Chungus Mountains, right? The northwestern island with the mountains, right? Just to clarify. And then at the other spot, yeah, maybe it could go up into Trifecta, but I'm also maybe looking into Tambang Ruins, that kind of region as well. So wherever it decides to go, it's going to be pretty tough, especially over on towards that eastern side, right? Like in the vicinity of Painan, even towards Bootcamp, as the teams from that eastern side are going to start transitioning up in towards the zone. We are going to be seeing quite a few engagements starting to find their way through. Speaking of Painan, we already see the players there from the side of Lida, right? Getting into altercations here. We got PPG down on that southern edge, and both teams now just trying to figure out who's going to be the one to plant their flag over here.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, and another one does go down. Sorry, Bay. Malek is not sorry, Bay, for that one at all. And this is going to be lighter now. At least there is the knock coming through, right? So they are going to be able to make that trade and maybe get reset here. But lighter, interestingly enough, is not looking for the reset necessarily. They're not devoting all of their resources to that. Instead, they're looking to get that flush through, and they do get it in the end. So VPG going to be down to just a duo now, and Lighter looking good with these early points.
Yeah, they definitely are. So let's see how this one is going to pan out, though, as we have VPG having to kind of settle for just having two players up, right? It's not necessarily the number that they would have liked to have, but it is the number that they're just going to have to deal with at this point of the match. So, yeah, things not looking necessarily all too great for everybody on the start, but that is just okay. That is the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, and I'm surprised to see that that Pen Angels and Yikes have not necessarily got into any crazy plays, right? They did drop relatively close to each other on towards that southern side, but maybe that is still to come.
Maybe, and OOC and BM as well. Both of those teams are looking very close to each other in the Ruins area. So potentially all four of those teams could actually come together there. As the zone continues inwards, you are going to be seeing teams move more into those mid to center areas of the zone, and that's where you're going to start seeing some altercations. And over on this side, you've got those four teams very close to each other, so definitely anything is possible here. We'll just have to see how it plays out, because at the moment, no one is in Ruins itself.
Yeah, definitely
That's
an
interesting.
an interesting spot to look at here. I mean, it's OOC, of course, leaving that one vacant, so I hope that they look back every now and again. Otherwise, things could maybe get a little bit more challenging at times moving forward. But speaking about forward, though, that is what we see going through here from the X-Force Divas, who are connecting up, you know, making some very solid connections as they make their way up in towards that zone position. Ooh, Mumia. I thought that was their squad. Meanwhile, it's OOC, right? All the brown colors now kind of just getting all mushed together here.
Oh
But
dear.
not quite sure what Mumia was trying to do there. Maybe it might have been a scouting party from the side here of Mumia, trying to figure out what the play is going to be. Normally, when the scouting happens, you see one player going out. So maybe they were just trying to change things up a little bit.
I don't know, the way that they've got these compounds, I kind of want to say they were trying to do a 2-2 split across either side of the bridge, and we're just completely unaware that a team would already be there. That if that's the case, if either situation is the case, that's super unfortunate that now they've been cut off right before the game really gets started. And again, it's the same thing I've been saying about NATO. The play was good. A 2-2 split other side of the bridge. It's aggressive, it's confident, and it's everything they needed to start the game right. But unfortunately, that lack of info is going to nip that in the bud.
Yep, and that's the important part, is you always need the info first, right? You could maybe take a little bit more of a niche approach and gather the info as you go, but it's risky. Right, it's yeah, it can be quite risky as we saw it play out there. Now, in the meanwhile, speaking about those Chungus Mountains that I mentioned before, it is going to be the players here from Digital Athletics, and it's an interesting rotation that they brought through. Right, they started over in Hatin towards the north, and then started to push on up here. But I don't see Goat. Did Goat move further towards Camp Alpha, maybe? Or are they trying to set up a bit of a gatekeep over towards the bridge? Speaking about gatekeeps, though, it's going to be Lighter trying to push up into the side here of Bonfire.
Lighter have been so active. They look like they're really trying to find their way to a win in this game. They're picking up points wherever they can get them while staying in roughly the same place. So they're just being super duper active, and this is the place to really start that gatekeeping, because this is an active area for rotations. A lot of teams will pass through this valley, and so it's a really good heads up location for them to be. The zone sort of rewards that as well, right? They're right on the edge there. They're just going to be a few meters out, and yeah, we'll see how that goes up for them, as the zone has shifted, and I believe it has shifted more to that northern side, as well as BRX Mumia. They're down to Tambang, and as a duo again, but still looking for those eliminations, looking for those points, and trying to scout out who's where and what's doing what.
Yep, and those are the important questions that you want answers to, right? So let's see whether or not any of those bits of info is going to be making its way on through. Yikes. Also, not a super aggressive rotation that we've seen from them, right? We did see them drop a little bit further down to Nakam, maybe even Sami. But so this explains why we've not seen that engagement between Yikes and the players from Pen Angels, because Yikes have been slowly working their way up towards that eastern side, right? Trying to come in on the southern edge. But speaking about southern edge, Mel's Nova doing exactly the same thing, now rotating up behind the side here of Yikes, and this could be quite a bit of a surprise to them, as I don't think they were anticipating a rotation like this. But this is looking pretty good, though, for the side here of Mel's Nova. We've got another team there, NATO, just off in the distance, also making quite a bit of rotation, but it's about that time, right? We've hit stage number 2, so we need to see kind of where these teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated and established, as the blue will start closing up pretty soon.
Yeah, it will. And that's where the teams really have to get their skates on. 3 seconds until zone starts to close up. Now, for some of these teams that are inside, this is the moment where you have to prepare for that onslaught that's about to come. You've got to make sure you've got the best angle. You know, you have to make sure you have all those meds. There you go. Kawhi shouting out that there's a med there. And this is where now, for the teams that have to move in 250 meters or more, this is where those fights start happening as NATO just full send in towards Bonfire, and it's all heck breaking loose right now. Atlas for Bonfire, the only only player rather, left alive after that altercation. NATO completely taking them out there. And for Bonfire, that's a huge loss after that Miramar, that very strong second place finish, now becomes a solo at 17 teams left alive, still out in the zone and between two teams is not looking good.
Yeah, quite a surprising turn of events that we had coming through here. I mean, but good on NATO though for defending it, right? Because that was a big surprise. That jump scare, as you said yesterday, kind of just with the vehicle getting flung over the ridge and like, surprise, here we are. So good defensive angles there. Mel's Nova not going to be trying to fight from far away. Instead, they've decided to just rush up onto the side here of Yikes. But so far, it seems like Yikes are holding their own quite well here. They've been able to get 2 of the knocks in. So Dino and D1 have both been brought to their knees. So now it's up to the remainder of the crew. But the utilities just working out so beautifully here. But Mel's not necessarily in such a good position here. There is quite a bit of a spread coming through between their players. It's still going to be riding on O'Daddy. As we can see, Dino also just trying to find a bit of a play, a bit of a push, bit of an angle to come through. Yikes, bit of a white spread here, but they could now really get pincered on in. Yep, and that is exactly what happens. O'Daddy coming through with a DBS, just tap, and away. It is a 1v1. Never mind, just trying to ride it out on the outside, coming through with that AK. Will they be able, though, to get the damage done in time? Because, I mean, if O'Daddy is left unchecked, this could spell the end right here for the side of Yikes.
Yeah, it absolutely could, but at what cost, right? O'Daddy is now a solo at, again, top 16, and you're only a solo. Yeah, you have 3 eliminations, but this has been a very costly fight for them, and if she doesn't win this, I mean, Yikes go up as 2, so at least there is that advantage for them, but never mind, keeps going round and round. I think O'Daddy's just making sure that solo never comes to light. Yeah, there you go. So it is going to be just never mind versus O'Daddy, and this is where that loot phase, that reset, that mutual pause comes through, and we're going to just see them go round and round the rosy on this one. I don't think Nevermind has actually a shotgun of any kind. I think she's just going to have to try and fend against the DBS on her own here, as that zone does center up. And look what I said. Trifecta once again in the middle of the zone. It always is when it goes over here because of the river. And so, yeah, this is going to be really, really rough for a lot of teams. The south side really needs to get their skates on. They need to be able to get into ruins very, very quickly.
Yeah, well, let's see just how quickly those plays are going to come on through. Things still looking a little bit more challenging, as you can see on the outlying regions. And the blue not too far away, but still too far away for any successful pushes to come through from the far outlying areas. So for Dark Angels, things looking a little bit tough. It's now essentially up to Rogue Baby to try and survive, to try and just ride the storm all the way to the very end. But, I mean, it seems like NATO, they've kind of gotten a second wind, second breath, right? They just finding this play, this approach, it comes seemingly almost out of nowhere, right? I think it's a good recovery for them. That's the kind of bounce back that we want to see come through for the side here of NATO. In the meanwhile, it is going to be Goat, Invicta, and S2G now having a bit of a back and forth, the PUBG version of the tennis match, as they exchange their utilities. We do say goodbye to Mel's Nova, though, if they go out with 4 eliminations up. Great angle being held here by Goat as that flank. That's going to be the kicker here onto the side of S2G.
It sure is, and Invicta do not waste time, right? You get that knock, you go down, but not for me. Polya goes on down, and STG live to fight slightly for another day, but it's not. That day might end fairly quickly. It's just Aura left alive, and she has to cross the street, which means that actually Goat are able to get this res up. They're gonna get that reset, and for them, that means going back up to 4 S2Gs. She's trying to find a way out of this situation. You can see her looking up the mountain, trying to figure out if she needs to or if she can go up there as Lighter get rid of Pen Angels as well. 3 eliminations for Pen Angels, but they will go down eventually, and that is to Lighter. And here we go. Lighter starting to step up. I said it before. They were looking like they were wanting to get those eliminations any way they could, and here they are in the middle of the game with 9.
Yeah, not a bad approach though coming through here for them. So let's see whether or not S2G could make this one work out. I mean, Lighter, they just on something else, right? They just doing a really, really good job right here. But now comes the pressure play, as we've got Aura still going to be holding on. And I mean, I just want to comment on what Dynasty did earlier with that shotgun, right? Just coming around the corner, just letting it loose. I mean, yeah, there we went from Dynasty to saying Dynasty, right? It's like
yeah.
The shots just so intense, so crazy. But unfortunately, the players there not going to be making it beyond that point. So valiant effort again coming through. Of course, we are going to be looking over on towards Fenerbahce. Barbie again finding herself being the last lone survivor. And maybe this is a bit of an opportunity, but unfortunately the answer is no, as Lida does wrap it up right then and there, puts a nice little bow on it.
11 eliminations, and I didn't catch the name, but one of them has 6 on her own. We're starting to see a repeat, DK, of yesterday's game. 16 eliminations, 20 eliminations for R8 in that win. So I could see Lighter definitely trying to go for something similar here. They definitely have those eliminations halfway through the game. But I might have just jinxed them as they try to full send across the road and get taken down one by one. They're just down to a solo. They're out completely. DK, you're gonna have to take over for the rest of the night. I cannot caster curse these teams.
Just don't talk about them. It's
I gotta talk about somebody. Oh
yeah,
God.
I mean, but we've learned the complexities of reverse psychology, right? And speaking of complexities, that is exactly what not noobs and the players here from Red Team now have to deal with, as we do see Cat Veins getting hit with that utility, that nade finding its way on through. Koi is going to be looking to get the reses on up, but still a very tough spot, right? Because not only are these two teams going toe-to-toe, we also have yet another squad further up on the hill that is just going to be looking over the ridge and just poking at them. That, of course, is none other than Digital Athletics that have been up on the mountains for the longest time. And now it's going to be NATO, OOC, and Yikes. All 3 teams, or rather what is left of them, converging under the bridge. You can maybe say a little bit of trolling coming through here, right? Seeing that the bridges are in play, but we do say goodbye to Yikes. It is going to be NATO now that falls victim to the spray. Lana's got to watch out. Fortunately, there's no vehicles here doing funny things. So NATO could still maybe find a little bit of a way to get themselves out. Well, that vehicle is definitely on fire, so that's not quite funny, but very dangerous though to drive around in.
Yeah, as is this. Oh my goodness, not noobs. Again, this is where this zone is so dangerous. Sometimes you just gotta full send and it's not always gonna work out. We saw it with Lighter not going well. Not noobs as well, as Goat pick up their 8th elimination here. But it is OOC topping the leaderboard in terms of those eliminations. They have 9 at the moment, and they're at the top of the hill now. You can see them just trying to make their way up there. They were the ones who were gatekeeping everybody to the south side, but now they have to defend against Digital Athletics, and so far it's kind of even.
Yeah, it is kind of even, but yeah, interesting choice on rotation coming through here from Digital, right? Kind of moving over towards that eastern side, then only to backtrack, get their teammate back up on their feet, and then maybe continue back east again to go south. It's a very complicated spot to try and play through. Or they could just take the shortcut, right? Go around the western side. It's going to be much easier. But yes, we are still now left with 4 teams. As you can see, Red Team down to a solo. So that is going to be a little bit more of a challenging play to secure on that far edge there. But pretty sure that Red Team is ready for whatever could be thrown at them. OOC, though, looking very comfortable, very confident up on the high position here. Starting to wrap around. Making a bit of a oopsie play here. Cramming all the players into one vehicle, and that makes it just easy pickings for Digital. As you can see, Incy just quickly laying waste to them. And a quick cleanup coming through here from Syla as the end of the road has found its way in. I mean, OOC, though, they started off well, but unfortunately, it kind of went the way it went. Hannah, on the other hand, is going to try and just ride the storm all the way to the finish line. As we got the players there from GOAT holding on with a 2-piece, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a 2v3v1. Digital Athletics having the number advantage, but who has the positional advantage as that zone shifts up on towards the northwestern side. So nobody really having clear, easy access to it. And it's going to be an uphill battle for, well, both teams down here, right? GOAT now feeling a little bit of that heat as Hannah goes hammering in with the devastating blows. But Hannah's still not out of the danger zone here. Still got to keep a close eye on Yagi.
Yeah, she does. And this is where, like you said, she has to be so careful, because now those shots have been fired. Yes, she might get an extra point, but now she has 4 eyes looking directly at her and at that building, and she's got to get into zone with this. So she's definitely going to have to be very careful and very smart with how she plays this. For Yagi, it's less of an issue just because, never mind, down she goes. That point has been taken away with Hana going back to the lobby, but a great result nonetheless, right? 3 eliminations and a top 3 spot. Not bad for a solo, so GG's there, but it's gonna be GOAT. A 1v3 Digital Athletics and GOAT, but there was no question. There never was. It's Digital Athletics coming in with a big win here on Sanhok. GG's.
Yeah, GG's indeed, and what a clutch up that is. Last time we saw Digital Athletics on a Sanhok, they went back with a bag of donuts, right? This time around, they came back with a chicken. So a fair trade, right? Exchanging the donuts for chickens. So a well-deserved performance coming through there from them. Red Team, of course, no strangers to performing well on Sanhok. We saw that in the previous Sanhok back on their day number 1. They came through with their 10-11 eliminations. Wow, I can't English today. 10 eliminations all the way back then. It happens. It hardly ever happens. Okay, so I'm allowed to do it. But unfortunately, not necessarily having the exact same results coming into day number 2, but still a very strong effort on their end. But I like the change up that we've had here, right? Definitely, you can see teams finding themselves in different positions on the standings, trying to kind of close up gaps here, right? Trying to do what they can to maybe steal away a few of those points.
Yeah, but as the games continue to dwindle, right, just 2 left, it gets more and more important for those teams to do just that, because what we've seen from teams so far is a lot of staying in the same place, like moving with the group, but not moving up the leaderboards. There's not been a huge shift amongst teams, and this is where you're really going to start to want to see that coming through, because if you're going to do it, now's the time to start. Only 2 games remain, and that is going to decide your fate, and Digital Athletics are not a team that are going to let that happen unfavorably for them. 1,000 damage dealt isn't the most we've seen here for a win, but 6 eliminations, it means that they've been gatekeeping, it means they've been third-partying, it means they've been controlling that zone. So even if maybe not all the knocks are theirs and maybe they're finishing somebody else's knocks, it means that they're controlling what other teams do, and that's how you get a win.
Yeah, and that control does at times pay off quite well. So yeah, congratulations going out to Digital Athletics. But now we've got to take a look and see exactly how this whole situation impacts everybody else, right? Of course, we've got quite a few graphics to still take a look at. We've got our standings that's going to be making its way on soon, as well as our top players to watch, right? Essentially our MVPs so far. But first off, we are going to be starting it off right here. It's going to be Lida that gets the longest hit, right? 241 meters raining on in over there. And again, a very, very difficult game that we saw played here. Only 6,800 health has been recovered in this past match, right? So again, it just shows you how challenging the zone has been onto the players, but also just shows you that there was a lot of finishes coming through, right? The players, they get the knock, they close it up, right? And that's kind of the approach. And I think that's also what we've been seeing since game one here today, is that's why we have such high elimination counts for a lot of our teams, is because they don't leave it to chance. They go in, they finish the job, and they move on to the next target.
It's true. It's true. You know, you're mentioning the MVPs, the player focus, and how Alina was on the top of that, right? And I don't think she's going anywhere with this game. MVP of the match is going to be Alina with 6 eliminations and 794 damage. So a very nice, good round. That the damage equals the eliminations, it equals the assists. So a good job there. She's taking good advantage of the players around her. So that's a really good look at the match rankings, though. 16 points, 15 points, 14 points. The top three, the top three, Digital Athletics may have gotten the win, but did they get the major points? Not really. The other two teams are keeping up with them.
They're keeping up with them, but we've got 4 teams on double digits, right? It's not every day that we see that happen. So very impressive performances coming through here. And of course, you got to commend the 11 points coming through from Lida. Yeah, not a single placement point in sight, but it doesn't matter because they're double digits either which way. I think the placement points would have just, shot them further up the standings here. So a good play nonetheless. But we got to see how all of that impacts our standings right here. And as we can see, we've got 3 teams that could still bring quite a bit of change here, right? We did see Mumia as we progressed through the day trying to, pop a few moves to get themselves a few additional points with varying levels of success on that. But I'm hoping that X-Force, Mumia, and Pen Angels can kind of piece it together moving into the final match. The final 2 matches of the day, right? Because this is where we need to see everything kind of concluding into one singular point of focus. And speaking about focus, there's no shortage of that over on towards that left-hand side, right? The teams that have all got their hands on those glorious chickens are all sat within the top 6. So, there's still quite a bit of an opportunities available for that 3rd place rush. I don't think it's as widespread as we saw in the previous group, but we could maybe even still extend it all the way from Digital Athletics down to the players there from Mel's Nova up in 7th place, right? Could still see maybe still a bit of a considerable shift coming through in the coming 2 games. But speaking about shifts, there's no shifts happening on the player focus, right? These 3, they just gonna stay here.
They sure are, with massive numbers to boot, right? There's a lot of digits over there. I'm not sure I can read them all just because there's so many of them. But yeah, Alina's going to stay on top, and our player focus is going to stay the same. But we'll have to see if any of that changes coming into our 4th match of the day. That is going to be Miramar. We're going back over onto the desert for our 2nd to last match, and this is where all heats up, DK. But before we get into all that, we're going to have to go for a short break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Here we go once again. And we're coming down to the countdown here, DK. We really are. It's the final two games before we know who is going through to the finals, who's going home, and who is going through to next week. It's just 2 games left, and we're about to head over into them very, very shortly here. We're going into Miramar first, though. And, we did have a massive game in the last Miramar. We saw a huge amount of points go to a lot of different teams as all that chaos came in. Lots of different teams on the same side of zone, all that jazz. So I'm kind of wondering if we're going to be seeing the same again in this next game. It all depends on where the zone goes. Of course, last time we did have that hard shift coming through. But DK, how are teams going to be approaching this game going forward?
Pretty aggressively, because it depends on where they want to go, right? So X-Force, Mumia, Pen Angels, they are the teams that they've not moved with regards to their positioning on the overall rankings for this group. So yeah, not too much has really come through from that. Not enough to cause any drastic shifts, right? But we have seen Pen Angels and X-Force Divas each securing themselves at least 6 points so far today. Mumia, they've gotten themselves 5 points. So with regards to where the other teams are ahead of them, they're kind of on par, right? They're doing things, but they're going to have to do a lot more things coming into the last 2 matches if they want to catch those top 15 positions, right? So 15th currently is locked in at 17 points, and so X-Force, they're just 5 points away from that. So they could easily fix that in one singular match. And I mean, even just looking at the Pen Angels, they're only 8 points away from catching the K12. So it could all still quite easily change within these next few matches, but it's going to take intentional effort from their side to pull off moves like that. And speaking about moves, the zone moves over to the side there on that far western side. So El Pozo pretty much going to be prime focal point here, I think, for at least 2 of our teams. As we can see, Mel's Nova already finding themselves in a little bit of a hot spot right there. We got Purple and the rest of the crew also just, kind of sharing that space with them. But it's very similar to what we have in El Pozo normally, right? There is an opportunity for teams to really share occupancy of the different areas. So I'm curious to see just how it's all going to look to play out, and, who, what, when, where, and why. But we'll have those answers soon enough.
Well, I think we really have to look at Go and Not Noobs over to the north side, and also OOC to the south side, though slightly less so, in the fact that they have very few people, if any, around them. So they have the entire, particularly in the north side, it's very, very open there. There's only 2 teams on that entire side. So that could be a huge positive for them if they are needing those points, that they are able to solidify their position and get the exact location that they want to start the rest of the game in. So that could be super interesting for them. But I'm seeing something else interesting over here in El Pozo, that Mel's Nova and Bonfire going head to head here, and and Mel's have lost one already.
Yeah, it's a bit of an ouchie, but it's okay, right? It's early game. It's all right. We understand. It's kind of to be expected, right? Players are going to try and jump at the opportunity to try and beat their opponents, right? While everybody is still weak and they don't have much. So yeah, it's okay. But now Mel's, obviously, they don't have to. They won't be lingering on that fact for very long. And they'll just go about their business, right? Keep doing what they've been doing so far. And what they've been doing so far is, playing a decent game of PUBG. So, of course, they're yet to find themselves a winner chicken dinner, but they are rubbing shoulders up in the top 7. So, things are looking good for them. They just got to kind of keep the pacing going. But strangely enough, though, for today, we're not necessarily seeing an overly aggressive push for the top 3. Right? The teams in 4th and 5th and a little bit further down, we don't see them aggressively pursuing that top 3rd position. And I mean, there's only 9 points currently separating 3rd from 4th.
Yeah. Yeah, it is interesting to watch that happen where there are a lot of teams that are tied right now, but at the end of it, you're right. There's not a massive push from any one of these teams. And maybe it's something to do with how the last couple of games, I think the Erangel was okay, but the Miramar and the Sanhok, I think both of those were very difficult games to play in general. And I think they probably threw off a lot of teams' strategy. And if you're not a team that is in either the right mindset or just in general unable to adapt that quickly to things, it might seem like a little bit of a try your best, but that game's kind of a write-off. And this is where this zone, if it doesn't hard shift later on, could be really helpful to some of those teams that might struggle with that sort of thing. Maybe if they're able to just stick to their strategy and stick to what they know, that maybe we'll see a bigger influx of points for them.
Yeah, I mean, I can't fault the approaches that they're taking. It's just a completely different shift, a different approach.
Yes.
Firstly, to what I was maybe expecting to see or hoping to see, and yeah, as versus what is actually happening here. So, yeah, it's causing me to scratch my head a little bit, but it's okay. It's fine. Right, to each their own. But yeah, so far, I mean, it's still resulted in some pretty exciting gameplay. I mean, just looking at GOAT, for instance, they've been able to secure themselves 40 points so far today. Right? Digital
That's still
Athletics,
crazy.
they've gotten 33 points. We got Yikes on 31, Lider on 31 as well. So the top 4 performing teams so far today, it's looking pretty good. And I mean, if Yikes continues with the trend that we've been seeing from their side, I think they might sneakily try and make a play for 3rd place, right? Just based on that kind of momentum they've been building up across the previous few matches that we've had. So I think if anybody, it's maybe Yikes that we could see a little bit of a something come through from their end. But the rest of the lobby, they're going about their business, looking to play their things. Mumia, again, doing that due diligence over onto Red Tiam here to see if there's maybe a bit of an opportunity. So I like this adaptation that we have coming through from both Red Tiam and Mumia, right? Because if you remember back on day 1, both teams, both instances on Miramar that we had just got stuck in, and they just sat there and just, kind of stared at each other for a little bit, and then something started to happen. Now, both are getting nice and proactive. They've decided, you know what, okay, cool, we got to loot, we got to grab our stuff, we're going to get the heck out of here, move on to the next spot.
Yeah, that's a really, really nice adaptation to see, especially because I think for me at least, often when we see an adaptation of that kind, it's usually the team moves far away and doesn't even bother with the area anymore. But I like this. It's kind of half in, half out, but in a really nice way. That Mumia have decided, we don't need to go all in, but we can still overlook. We can still see if we can get those points. We can still be aggressive, at least with our mindset, if not physically, because so far that's not been working out early on. But Yikes just in time sees what's going on here before she gets too deep in there, and there is a duo of Go above her right now and behind her, so maybe it is too late as Hate Me does go down, and Psych might have to get the heck out of Dodge right there. Yeah, you already have one player, Zeneca. No, that's not how you say it. I'm so sorry. But moving from frying pan into fire, oh dear, that might not be good at all. And you see the team splitting in different directions. And honestly, that might be the best way forward, because as they lose one and they're about to lose another, they don't want to get into any other teams.
Yeah, they're playing the scrambles. Like, let's confuse them and just head off in whichever direction we can find that might look interesting. And I mean, it does give them a bit of an opportunity, but it also does complicate things all in the same breath. Speaking of complicated, here we have the players from Bonfire and Not Noobs in a bit of an altercation here. Of course, it is going to be Not Noobs fighting themselves, being put on a bit of a back foot. Down to 2 players they go. It's going to be Melita and Pinky, unless they can get that res in onto N77. But Pinky now doing quite a bit of strafing, trying to move up and around the rocks here. But it is going to be Bonfire, though, looking very confident, right? Not going to be giving up any positions, holding nice and steady. Instead, looking onto those audio cues to see if they can identify exactly where to try and push towards. And they do succeed in finding Pinky, and with that, finding the
GGs.
entirety of Not Noobs and ending their run right there.
Oh, that is rough for Not Noobs. They needed those points. We're starting to get into a really tight space for them. Again, yes, they've managed to stay out of the elimination zone, but not by much, and they really needed the second to last game to do something about it. But unfortunately, it's not going to be the game for them, and Mel's looking actually to move forward with this and third party this, and now Bonfire looking like they might be in a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem to be all too problematic, right? I mean, both teams still kind of holding on to opposite ends of the ridge line. As you can see, the back and forth trade-off coming through from both of them as we look at that feed. But in the meanwhile, there's going to be NATO and the players coming through from Digital Athletics, finding themselves in a bit of a standoff, quickly jumping back into the fight here. It's going to be Bonfire now looking to kind of push it all the way through. Oh, Daddy! Now in a bit of a troubling position, is going to get rushed, is going to get pushed upon, and this could spell disaster for them. One elimination is all they had, and that is going to be all she wrote, right? It is closed up, and Bonfire, I mean, looking to get the party started as...
Jump scare number 2!
Yeah, Syla just goes like, well, yeah, let's go get some Melums.
Yeah, why not? I mean, good job there starting the game off early. And for NATO, again, this team keeps trying to do all the right things, and the other teams just go, no, you're not allowed. You're not one of the big kids yet. You need to go back into the lobby. It's your bedtime. It's 9:30. And that's really unfortunate for them because they are trying their best here. But they still have 3 up. They still got a long way in this game to go. They just need to hold on to their players a little bit longer as Digital Athletics are just lurking over in the distance there, so hopefully they can keep that together. But I want to go back to Bonfire real quick. 8 eliminations in the first 10-11 minutes of the game. There's still 16 teams left alive, or rather 15 other than Bonfire, so 8 elims this early on is a great result for them so far.
Yeah, I mean, take into consideration that they had 7 in the previous Miramar, so already doing much, much better. NATO now, yeah, it's I don't know, like they've just not been having a good time here, right?
No,
that's all I can see is they're trying. It's definitely not due to a lack of them not giving it any shots, but it seems like whatever they try to do, it's just weird. I don't know if, you know, maybe someone tied their left hand to their right foot or something, but it looks odd. It's like, surely this can't be. It's like,
exactly.
I don't know. It's like they're just having bad luck, like really bad luck, and it's so unfortunate to see that kind of happening here, but I guess it's got to happen at some point to someone somewhere. Yeah, it's just it's not something that I've seen happen all that often on broadcast. But you know what?
Yeah,
C'est la vie. It is what it is.
Quite indeed. The zone has sort of centered up. It's gone slightly north, but mostly center. We are seeing that crater field come into play here. Pen Angels being very aggressive in this second to last game. We see them as a full squad. We see them with a few points out of Sanhok, and now moving in, they're trying to challenge Digital Athletics here a little bit. They're not being shy about this whatsoever, but it looks like Digital Athletics are actually going to be moving away, and I don't know if they're moving into this location or just trying to extend their boundaries a little bit more further into zone, but we'll see how that goes for them as we see them just kind of moving around there. Only 1 elimination out of all the fighting they've been doing, but that's all right. It still puts them top 3 on the match leaderboard here of teams still alive. But for now, what's really interesting, I think, the DK, is that actually in this game, we're not seeing those teams really come together that much. They're very much staying on their own sides.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting approach to be taking here as the teams continue to push on up. The zone, of course, giving us yet another shift. But what's interesting about this shift, though, is it's not going to force the teams to do any crazy rotations, right? They're not going to play the let's catch up to zone game, right? What they are, though, going to be doing is let's execute our strategy, right? So this is a lot more of a tactical zone as it is a game of trying to catch up, right? So it will allow teams that have already been able to secure themselves within that zone to really just utilize the tactics that they hoped to play with. But of course, for the teams that are now trying to find a way to get themselves into the zone to kind of do the same thing, right? To find an interesting way to get themselves secured and hopefully set themselves up for a bit of a more comfortable run pushing forward. Well, speaking of pushing forward, that is exactly what the players here from OOC are going to be looking to do, as they have found a few hits into, well, a few players actually. And I mean, are we looking at, is that Lida that we have over towards the west of OOC? Because if that is, they've actually rotated up quite a bit to get over to this side of the map.
Yeah, I can't see, but that would be kind of crazy. Starting from power grid and going all the way up there is a rotation and a half. But I think we have to be aware of two key positions in this zone, and I think a lot of these teams kind of understand this. Is the biggest position is that north side of the circle. When that zone popped up, nobody was actually in crater fields and nobody was on the very north side. Yeah, you've got Dark Angels that will probably come in, but it's still very, very open, and Digital Athletics are definitely going to be taking advantage of that. The other key point is going to be that south side. That massive mountain outside of El Pozo is, in fact, still available, and it's a huge vantage point if you can get up there. So two big key spots that remain unutilized is definitely something that these teams are going to want to look for.
Yeah, so let's see who's going to look to do what, as it is now going to be Dark Angels trying to defend up towards the northern side. They got VGS, and I mean, good angle that they have down on towards them. Just going to look to maybe throw a few of those utilities in. That could definitely help alleviate quite a bit of the position here. But you see more teams also now starting to find the action. It's going to be Sorry Bay just quickly taking the opportunity to just try and kind of wrap around and maybe find an alternative approach, right? A bit of a flank, but that is not going to be, well, what it will be, as they will instead get taken on down, as we can see also down onto the side here of Pozo. It is going to be the fight continuing onwards. OOC moving in all the way from that western side, just inching their way up. They got the arena just ahead of them, but now trying to still play a strategic and tactical approach through the compounds here.
Yeah, and I like the approach they're taking here. It's a slight 2-2 split. It's very aggressive. I wouldn't say aggressive. It's very, what's the word? I want to say like it makes a point to the other team, right? Without over committing. It's very confident, I guess is the word, where you're seeing them go, I am here, but, we're not going to deal with you just yet, but we will soon. And as the zone continues to move over, I think, to that center side, you are going to see that pressure become more and more as teams start to move in and El Pozo starts to be phased out.
Well, let's see how this one plays. As you said, the phasing could definitely come on in. I like this focus going through from Lexi and the rest of the Dark Angels there, but also Dreamcore finding a bit of an opportunity down onto the side here of the Pen Angels, right? Still a bit of a risky play out in the open as they slowly start to push further and further afield, but OOC being absolutely relentless as they move in, locking in on the targets. Pen Angels, though, still have one player remaining. Again, going to be looking to opt for a lot more of a hide-and-seek approach here, right? Going to try and survive as best they can. But the troubling part is that they will have to move up in towards zone. As we can see, distance from zone still being quite the way away, right? 300 plus meters. So that is going to be, yeah, a little bit of a challenging play now to make. Yeah,
I mean, you've got 4 different teams And it looks like one might be a solo, I'm not sure, but you do have 4 different teams all hugging the edge of this zone here. They all are kind of looking at each other, so that's going to be definitely a point of contention over on that side, where all of them are kind of probably going to have to do a little bit of a Hail Mary play and just full send it somewhere. On the north side, it's a bit more tactical. You got the Dark Angels, you've got Goat up on that hill, and you also have S2G moving in on the side there, Fenerbahce as well inside the crater field. So you are seeing these teams have to kind of sit. That's just the way of the terrain is making what is necessary happen, right? You have to stay up, and you have to stay in, and you have to stay down, because there's teams above you, there's teams below you, so you really just have to stay put as NATO finally do something, get something, but at the cost of themselves, unfortunately. There, that is going to be NATO out completely. I thought they got an elimination, but they didn't. They just blew themselves up, and Pen Angels was able to take advantage of that. DK, NATO, why?
Like I said, it's been a very strange day for NATO. I don't have the words to describe it or even to justify it. It's just a thing that happened. Hopefully it goes better later on in the last game of the day. But speaking of which, the last game, we do see yet another team that we are slowly having them make their way out of here as well. Right, we are sitting with the Pen Angels now. Also getting wrapped on up. Out they go, down to the final 13. There's still a few teams that are yet to find themselves points along the way. Dark Angels being one of those. VPG also still going to be looking to secure a few eliminations at the very least. And the teams now finding themselves kind of fighting it out in the mines up to the north here. Not the easiest position to really take an aggressive fight in, as there's so many vantage points that you need to be aware of. As you can see now, Fenerbahce themselves might also get caught out, as Socia is just poking at those vehicles, trying to maybe cause a bit of a delay as they start to rotate out a bit later on. But look at Bonfire. Beautiful setup on the edge of the crater here.
Yeah, and a big 1-3 split as well. Super, or 1-2 split rather. Super, not risky because she is high up here, but it is a big split to be having, and this is why they need that split. She's got such a good angle up against Digital Athletics as they try and move in on her teammate's position, and this is one of the cleanest, clearest angles onto a defending position that I have ever seen, DK. That's an insane position that she's got there, and no wonder Digital Athletics are unable to do anything about it with her up there.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so dominating, but now it's going to be whether or not Bonfire can actually keep this ball rolling right here. They're going to try and maybe climb a little bit more. OOC also still trying to make a little bit of something happen over towards the southern side. I mean, Dreamcore surprisingly today, right? It was points where it didn't seem like they were doing all that much, but in all actuality, they were actually quite busy, right? Quite busy, and now already sitting with 7 eliminations up. I mean, 10 eliminations in the previous game. Things are looking pretty positive for them. Fenerbahce, though, yeah, getting caught on the wrong side of the hills. You can see Barbie getting absolutely lasered. It's going to be now up to Aurelia and the rest of the crew there from Fenerbahce to see if they can find a way out. Licious not going to be making it up the hill either, as the blue just starts to lay into them with a big helping hand coming through here from Bonfire. The same thing, though, happening over towards the Dark Angels. A very upsetting approach into the zone.
But this is perfect from Purple. 9 eliminations for her so far. And this is one of those positions where you don't even need the zone. They are completely outside of zone right now. Purple needs to move in, but you can't just yet. You just can't. You can't give up a position that dominating for something as trivial as the blue zone, even in stage 6, right? You have to do what you can and then move in. You got to go last minute and take advantage of other teams moving in because of the zone, but your position is so powerful that you don't really need to be beholden to it at all. You can do your thing and then go in last minute, because at that point, with that many eliminations, it doesn't matter.
What is going to matter is who makes it to the finish line, right? Where that finish line is and when it is, we don't have the foggiest of ideas. It's going to happen anywhere between now and stage number 9, right? That is the only certainty that we have at this point. But I can also tell you it's going to be quite the challenging play over on towards the southern side. Retiam going to be losing one of their players out to that blue zone. Tiger again going to be surviving alongside Cat Veins here, but the blue zone is going to be nipping at their heels. The shots connecting on through. That is Retiam getting taken out. It is K12 also just riding the storm, trying to get ahead of it.
Oof.
But unfortunately, it is inevitable. The blue zone beats anybody every single time. Yikes, also going to be falling on down. And with that, we are down to 3 teams.
Wow.
But Bonfire, they've lit a fire across this lobby. I mean, 14 eliminations already to their name. Things slowly starting to fall apart here. The ball getting dropped a little bit, but I mean they've made it into the top 3 with 14 eliminations alongside those placement points. So regardless of what the outcome is for this match, I'm thinking that they are still going to be pretty dang happy about that. Goat now going to decide how they want to play this, right? Are they going to try and get the remaining few eliminations available in this game, or are they just going to like try and hold on for placement points?
Yeah, it's a tough call to make. 10 eliminations for Goat, 5 for Lighter. Lighter need more of the eliminations than Goat do, but it's not looking very good as Lighter come over and easily wipe them clean. I mean, that ridge was perfect for moving across there, but Bonfire, this is where it was Purple's job to get the eliminations. It's Atlas's job to get the win. A 1v2 right now. It will be a 1v3 after this res. She can't do anything to interrupt that, but she just needs to stand very still. Let them come to her. Let them try and find her. Don't peek. I saw that head over the ridge. But as long as she doesn't do anything, except she's just done something. So let's see what she can do with this. It's very aggressive. Does get the 1 elimination. Makes that 15. She's got 2 eliminations on her own right now. But where she is now, this is where the downhill slope is going to be super advantageous to her, except when they peak without wanting to. That was not good from Melina. It's just a 1v1 now. Somehow, DK, she's managed this. The 1v1 is coming through. The Molotov is an answer, but it isn't enough. And the nades uphill going to be super tough for Atlas to actually do anything with here. The downhill slope is far better for that sort of thing. And she's just looking in the complete wrong direction. This is where it could all go wrong, but whatever the result, she sure has given them a run for their money.
Yeah, she definitely has given them quite the bit of a run, but now it's up to Melek and Melina to see if they can clutch this one out. I mean, you got to give it up to Atlas regardless of the outcome of this match. What a phenomenal utility of the ridge this is, right? Just holding on. Playing an insane bit of PUBG.
No
way! Melina out of the vehicle. It's going to be up to Melek now. Trying to push in.
She did it!
That's it. Atlas wraps it up. Goes full circle. Closes the door in their face. Taking that winner chicken dinner. My goodness, Nep. What a way to close off the last Miramar for today.
She does a 1v3 to get the win with a 20-point game, a 30-point game? It's insane! Atlas, the legend that you are. What a way to end the second to last game of the night, man. And this is the thing, is Bonfire were a team that were gunning for that top 3 spot. And honestly, I mean, Lighter's number 1, so you're never going to really catch up with them. But they should have, with that win, done top 3. I should have thought so. They were close enough.
I mean, I think it's very fair to say that for Lider, well, at least for Bonfire, right, Atlas, it was quite a bit of an uphill battle, right, trying to go on a 1v3, right, but then for Lider, as soon as they got to the edges there, it just all went downhill from there, right?
Yeah.
So what a play, though. I mean, big congratulations going out to Bonfire, who lit it up. Atlas going absolutely crazy when it mattered, right? The team collectively walking away with those 17 eliminations. And I mean, well, 2,800 damage. Not a bad figure to end on, at least for game number second to last.
Yeah, exactly. Not at all. And the thing is that that's a lot of eliminations. If you think about Purple had 9 or 10 of those. And they all had a couple, but then for Atlas to come in with a 1v3 while already having 2, that's 5 eliminations just on her own as well. So some 2 of those players, huge elimination count for them, doing some massive work for the rest of the team. And wow, I'm still reeling slightly because, as I was saying, it was Purple's job to get the eliminations, it was Atlas's job to get the win, and boy did she step up to the plate there.
Yeah, I mean, not only did she step up to the plate, I think she took it with her as well, right? What a play.
Yeah,
really
so
great
good.
play. Of course, we got to give it up to Aura, all the way from S to G. That has secured the longest head here. And again, right, very difficult game for the players. Only 7,800 health has been recovered. Heavy on the side of utilities, right? That includes grenades, the flashbangs, the smokes. We didn't see all that many smokes really being used. A lot more mollies and frag grenades being sent out this game. So yeah, I like to see the change up in the distribution of which utilities the teams were making the most out of, because I mean, they just had to, right? Moving down the hills, there's no need. Just, you know, have the grenade bounce all the way down to the team you're trying to reach. You know, go play yourself a little bit of that potential, maybe like the Yagi angles that we saw, or, you know, like what we saw Atlas now trying to do, right? Trying to throw those grenades uphill. But at the end of the day, as you've mentioned, it's going to go to Purple, walking away with those 9 eliminations and almost hitting 1,300 damage.
Woo! Ding, ding, ding. Bell of 1,000 damage. Bell of 1,200 damage over there for Purple. She did a phenomenal job, and she really worked the angle of that high ground to the absolute max. So a big GG's going her way. She was really scouting out for her team and making sure they got the points they needed. And I can't imagine the celebrations going on in the team right now after that win. A 27-point game right where they needed it in the second to last game. And now they can't necessarily be super comfortable with that top 3, but they can go into the next Erangel feeling so much better.
Yeah, and I think that's gonna bring quite a bit of ease with that, right? Just a sigh of relief, maybe even for the teams, is, you know, that they've achieved what they might have set out to achieve so far, right? As you've said, this might have been enough for, and it has been enough.
By 1 point.
For Bonfire to light it up and head all the way up into pole position. So an absolutely phenomenal climb that we've seen here. But this is where things are starting to get a little bit close, right? So 3rd, 4th, and 5th, they can still duke it out for 3rd place, right? That is 100% not confirmed. Not too much of a back and forth for 1st and 2nd, though, right? So that's respectable, but I still want to see what's going to happen over on the other side, right? Who's going to make the play for 15th, right? NATO somehow still just managing to hold on to 15th position, right? It's not slipped through their fingers just yet. It's still there. They're still holding steady, still holding strong. And if they hope to stay there, they just got to keep kind of doing what they've been doing so far, right? Just kind of inching away at those points.
Yeah. I mean, I know, as frustrating as it has been for them this evening to try so hard and get so far, but in the end, it never really matters. They still have done enough to squeak by so far. If they can just hold on to that for one more game, then they will most likely be through, and they can reset and get that reset going for Monday. So for them, they just do need to hold on, but it's a different story. 3rd to 5th, still very much in contention for that top 3 spot. It all boils down to this, ladies and gentlemen, the last game of the evening over on Erangel. We'll have to see what happens. Before then, we're going to go for a short break, and we'll be right back. everybody back to, this is it, the final game of Group B for PMEWL. We're going to be looking at Erangel for this final game, and as we were discussing before the break, we are looking at some pretty hefty numbers coming into this leaderboard, but those leaderboards are going to have to wait, DK, as we get straight into the game. And ooh, this is a very hard shift plane path over onto the eastern side.
Yeah, it's just plain difficult, right? As you can see, coming in from Kameshki, heading down to the Millie Island. So it is going to hamper the teams that like to go to that western side a little bit more, right? Not drastically, but yes. But of course, it doesn't stop them from reaching that area should they decide to do so. But it's also going to depend quite heavily on what the zone is going to do. Now, we've seen the zone with a flight path like this either go down south or just full on ridiculous commit over to the western side, right? So I'm curious to see how exactly it is going to kind of come through this time around, and just where these teams will have to try and get themselves repositioned in towards. But regardless of where the zone decides to go, the players can get there quite easily, right? All they need to do is just grab hold of the vehicle spawn near you anytime soon, and then off they go, right? Get themselves positioned. And yeah, but we'll find out. We'll find out. Well, either a vehicle spawn or a horse. I guess that also works, right?
Horse works. Yep, definitely. There is a point I do want to make though, DK. Ooh, zone. But I want to make the point that with the plane path being such a shift onto the eastern side, you are going to be seeing, here we go, a lot of those knife fights and pistol fights when it comes to fighting over those vehicles. You got a lot of unintentional hot drops, but here we go. OOC, a disaster for this team. Potentially here, down to a duo if they don't get that knockback up. And BM Missy is gone as well. So there's some very important teams, or at least it's an important game for a lot of these teams. And it's not going well just because that fight over those vehicles is so fierce.
Yeah, but it's interesting to see that so many teams decided to partially hot drop, right? I mean, I wouldn't say that we've got full-on hot drops, but there's a lot of contentious places across this map. And one spot that I was expecting to see engagement coming from much earlier on was going to be right here with Bonfire and Yikes. But both teams kind of just intertwangled with each other. Nobody really necessarily going to be looking to be the provoker at this point in time here. So, yeah. Bonfire, just keeping it nice and calculated, I would guess. I mean, for Sida here, it's a pretty chill spot, right? Got loads of weapons, armor, everything that they would need is right there. You can't necessarily say the same here for Fenerbahce, but it's going to be that quick push opportunity because, as we know, the zone is pretty much open, right? You can pick a spot to move up into, and there's a high probability that there's not going to be anybody there. But for that to be true, you're going to have to act really quickly because the longer you wait, the more people have that same idea.
Yes, absolutely. I think you're right. You got to get there as early as possible, as quickly as possible. You see, Fenerbahce trying to make that a reality. A lot of these teams as well, I think, would benefit by going via Primorsk or booking it to the west side of the coastline, finding a boat and doing a boatation to the west side of the island. I think that would be super helpful and ahead of the rest of the lobby, and especially when you have 2 of the 4 teams that went onto the island over here on this eastern side over by crates. They're very busy right now. They're not really looking to rotate anytime soon, so it's definitely an opportunity still for a lot of these teams to make that move over to the island if they choose.
Yeah, I mean, the opportunity is there. It's as it always is. It's going to come down to how these teams end up playing it out, right? I mean, it could unfold in so many different ways. So it's a bit of a waiting game, and it seems like Yikes also going to be looking to play a little bit of that waiting game as well, at least on the front line, because we got a 2-1 circling over here and a 1-2 circling further up the hill. And in addition to that, we've got more teams now starting to push in. So that's going to be Lighter poking and prodding all the way from the side of the bridge. But this is where Psych needs to be very careful. Just trying to wait for that opportunity, that moment to strike, because everything is essentially just riding on his shoulders here as the rest of Lighter now look to take up their position. This could be that opportunity, that breather that Yikes now needs to get the assist going. A quick little run through there by Purple.
Jeez.
I mean, the previous game playing from way on high, this time around just trying to drive on by as Atlas gets whipped out of the vehicle. Not going to be surviving that one for this time around. But up comes the push now. Again, not crazy amounts of utility and weapons available, but everybody's going to try and make the most out of it. And again, out comes the pistols.
Yeah. Yeah, this is where it's really, really rough on so many of these teams. We got Lighter now moving in behind that solo of Bonfires. The other two just try and make a run for it. The other one, rather, just trying to make a run for it. And unfortunately, Atlas had to fall there. She won the last game, but unable to see this game through. And that's going to be the end of her for the first stage of the tournament. But meanwhile, Lighter, they're moving in, and they're moving in quickly. They are not messing it about. And it's something that I wanted to mention at the end of last game, right? Is that fight, that end of the game that should have been their win, to be taken out by a solo, that must have made them so mad. And that they have now got a new fire under them to win this game and go all out in this final match. So I think this is what we're kind of starting to see already. That's a very quick push and quick lineup to look so dominant over that hillside. Even if they do rotate now, which I think they are starting to do as the zone moves away from them, I really think that this is something to note and something to think about as we move forward.
I'm not quite sure if that is necessarily going to be the approach coming through here from Lighter. I mean, you would expect that they would go like, you know, okay, that was a respectable play, right?
True.
GG, well done. That would be the sportsman-like approach to take, right? Whether or not that was the approach, we don't know, but sometimes you got to be careful, because if you come in trying to avenge something, you might miss a few opportunities that was pretty evident when you were looking at them, right? Because I mean, looking at Lighter right there, sure, there was a bit of an opportunity, but they didn't full send it, and there was a chance there for them to get a whole bunch of eliminations.
True.
But also in doing so, they've missed out on a bit of loot. Because they're not set up the way that they would have preferred to be, right? So if it's a little bit more of an impulsive move, it does complicate things a little bit. You kind of just have to settle with what it is that you have as a result of. So yeah, I can see what they're doing, but yeah, I'm happy that they kind of decided to kind of just let it go and, you know, focus back on playing the game at hand. Right, trying to get those points as high up as they can. But speaking about points, though, it's going to be the Dark Angels and Red Tiam that are going to be pointing at each other with their scopes, trying to clear out the area.
Yeah, gosh, that raid coming down from the hills, that was scary. What the heck was all that? But the Red Tiam managed to keep their cool against the onslaught, and Dark Angels move on. They're not looking for that fight anytime soon, except maybe Hana. Hana might be kind of looking for that a little bit. We see one not coming through from the elimination feed, and this is going to be Taiga now moving forward, trying to clean that up as we see the zone has continued to center on up onto the western side of the island. OOC and Primorsk had an early confrontation, losing out too, but they've got a really solid position here now as teams start to group up around Ferry Pier. It's likely that we'll lose a lot of those teams, and OOC will have an easier time of it. But we're seeing now Red Tiam really go through the Dark Angels. Two now knocked on the side of them. And that's a beautiful nade there. A little bit of a bounce. Might just fall a tiny bit short there. Yes, it does. But Kawhi getting that information that her teammates need. And gonna just try and move around. Use that vehicle to actually get those angles. Create a little bit of chaos. Try and start to give the Dark Angels a little bit of unsurety, and once unsurety starts to set in, that's when the panic, the disorganization starts to set in. So Red Team trying to use that with those vehicles, trying to set that up as Cat Veins now moves in as the anchor point with those nades. It's a great nade, a little too far perhaps, hasn't done something yet. Nope, nothing at the minute, but that surely should. Yeah, down she goes. GG's Cat Veins, and that's Amira down and out. Goodbye. 0 eliminations, no placement points whatsoever, and meanwhile, Tiam Blossom are going to be able to get up back to 4, and even Steven 1 elimination each for a total squad wipe there. Really good stuff from Red Tian Blossom. They're stepping up in this final game, and they're going to be able to move on with this amount of points. So GG's there. But lighter now, as ZK said, they are moving over towards other things. They want a little bit more from this game than just a little revenge, or maybe a little bit of a revenge play, like I said. But they're looking a little bit more looted now. They're looking towards other things, and they're gonna want this win for sure as we move over to Ferry Pier. And S2G and K12 are sort of looking at each other. I think it's really just K12 looking at S2G here, but K12 have been an interesting team. We haven't seen too much from them, and yet they're always there. So they're certainly doing something right here as we're looking at this really nice spread from K12.
Well, let's see if they can push it all the way into a little bit of a something here, though. I mean, they've got that 1 elimination up, but we've not seen the teams getting overly aggressive just yet. Yes, there's a lot of yellow on the side. Yes. But we still have 17 teams, right? 17 teams and 55 players alive. So I want to see how this one is going to play out, how it's going to pan out. Who's going to be the one to pop the cherry and just go like, you know what? Hey, let's go. Let's go. I know now that when Dynasty has a shotgun in hand, watch out. Something's coming, right? When it's a AR, it's like, yeah, you're okay. But when you see the shotty being swapped to,
run.
Yes. But maybe not even, because I think even that would be too slow, right? It's like, yeah, well, you shouldn't have. And speaking about shouldn't have, we do some points coming over onto the side there of Mumia as Penn lose one of their players. So 1 left. That is what they've got to try and kind of hold on to this position that they have. And as we mentioned previously, Penn definitely being one of those teams that are going to be looking to play for points, right? If they are aiming to get themselves up into the standings, to make it up into the top 15. And they don't need a lot of points, right? They don't need crazy amounts of points, but they do need some, right? They need to try and somehow muster at least 11 points along the way. Is that going to be accomplishable in one single game? It's not unheard of, but based on what we've seen from them so far, it is going to prove to be quite a bit of a challenge.
That was a brilliant nade, though, coming in from Korai there. Really, really good stuff, and that has left BM scrambling just a little bit. They're trying to get that knock, but Emira is super, super low, and as that jump comes through with the Molotov, brilliant play there as they run right through it. And somehow don't get mollied? I'm not sure how that happened. That's a rip, because that was a great Molotov. But anyway, Cry's going to use that to get one knock. Sent low and gets taken out. But a valiant effort from her at least there, as Berlin is going to take 2 eliminations. But they're out in the zone, DK. We've talked time and time again about this. These fights in the zone are never really all that worthwhile.
Yeah, it becomes quite expensive, right? Quite costly, and it doesn't cost money, but it costs time, it costs HP, it costs so many things. And unfortunately, sometimes you just gotta get your rotation sorted ahead of that blue zone that's going to be pushing in. I know it's not always possible, because sometimes you're trapped by an opposing team, and we understand, yes, but true. It'd be nice if you could get yourself out of that and back into zone as quickly as possible. And that's exactly what it seems like Mels are going to be doing here, right? Not necessarily pushing for zone, but looking for an improved position, because they realize they're not going to get anywhere really kind of just sitting on the edge there, right? They want to look for that better position to move in, one that's going to be quite favorable for them, one where they have the control as to what's happening around them.
Yeah, exactly. It was too crowded over in Fairy Pier. They weren't going to be able to get anything done effectively there. Lighter have a much better position here. Ooh, Hovercraft, nice. But Lighter have a much better position here. It is more open, but there's not really any angles you can take onto the very tippy top of Crate Hill. And you can also have a really good position outlooking over everybody else. You see Knot down there, you see Digital Athletic down there, and also towards Millie Base. You can also find a lot of angles down there. So you do have a really good position set up here for Lighter. It's in the zone, in the middle of zone, and it's super strong. So for them, this is exactly where sort of Mel's needs to be, and that crate is just icing on the cake.
Well, I'm not going to say no to icing. Icing is always good, but you got to keep the eyes on the prize, right? That was Elena getting caught with the hands in the cookie jar, right? No. You're in a fight. There's players around you. You got to focus up, and a little reminder coming through there for them. Speaking about reminders, though, Red Tiam, they've been playing pretty good games so far, right? Each player sitting with the elimination next to their name. They're looking pretty good. I like this position that they're holding on towards Fenerbahce. I mean, the shots are connecting up, and all we got to see now is that push, that rush, and that could be the wrap on that. But, yep, the zone is going to prove to be a little bit more challenging as it does move now even more towards the northern side of the southern island, right? A little bit of a challenge, but it's okay. It's just going to cause a bit of a chokehold up towards the bridge itself, which we already see happening, but it's going to increase because we've got the players there from Mel's Nova also looking to square up as well.
It's interesting that S2G have made a run for it over the water. I mean, a minute ago, Mel's was trying to avoid that because K12 and S2G were both in Fairy Pier along with them, and now it's only K12 in there. Mel's are moving up towards Red Tiam. I'd be interested to see since when Fenerbahce got around Red Tiam and how they got there, because now they're kind of gatekeeping Red Tiam a little bit, and that's not what you want to see for them. The bridge here is really difficult to try and get through if they're already there, but maybe Barbie being on the move and just trying to regroup is the opening that they need.
Yeah, who knows? It could be exactly what they need, as you said. But now, you gotta watch it for that blue, though, right? We did see that shift, and this is the difficulty of this area, is the bridge is all good and great and nice. Sometimes you just simply can't play it because there's teams occupying that don't want to give it up. They don't want to move. They don't want to fight. They don't want to do anything other than what it is that they want to do, and it does make things a little bit more complicated. We also do see Mel's, unfortunately, getting packed up and shipped out. Off they go. But for Red Tiam, the discipline here, right? They're just waiting for the opportunity coming through. Aura just letting it loose, popping them nades up there. Chucha finding themselves on a bit of a back foot. It's like, well, maybe I shouldn't have picked that corner just yet. And that's also kind of what we come to expect now, looking over on towards this western side of the Millie Island itself.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome, and it's just kicking off the action that we're starting to see now as stage 4 comes through. This is the desperation kicking in, well, right, as K12 now move in as well from Fairy Pier. We got 4 teams over here all at once, and Fenerbahce still have hold of the bridge. So somehow Red Tiam have let 3 teams slip by, and we're just going to have to figure out how to get them across, because now K12 are being a nuisance, and Fenerbahce are not going to let any chances slide by either. So this has gotten doubly difficult for Red Tiam. Yeah,
I mean, and also at the same time, they need to find a way to get themselves back on through, right? So quite quickly just coming through with a few of the smokes there to disguise their position so the rotation can start. But how are they going to piece this one back together? Nice play over on towards Alina. The rest of K12 still going to be holding nice and steady. But we do see this turning into a little bit of a back and forth here, right? A leapfrog approach even is why now needs to find a way to catch up to the rest of the crew. But the rest of the team also making their push. Gonna try and push through the blockade that we have there being set up by Fenerbahce, while at the same time running away from K12, only to turn around at the opposite end of the bridge and, you know, return the favor back over onto K12.
Yeah, absolutely. What a mess this is. Honestly, DK, that's the only word for it. It's just a mess as K12 backstab Tiam, but Kawhi is still in the picture, and she could definitely get some angles onto this position and maybe try and, if not save her team, at least buy back some of those points. But VPG are in the zone. Well, not really. They're in the safe zone for now, at least, and they are looking for those points as well. You can see them all pointed towards the bridge. They've known that this fight has been going on for a while, and as we move over to the new zone, it's gone down to that south side, and it's gone down to those buildings, and Digital Athletics and Not Noobs, they are looking very strong right now.
But now this is where things get a little bit troubling, because I can only see 5 teams. We have 11 in the lobby.
Oh.
So where is the other 7? Because if they're out in the blue, they're going to find themselves in a world of hurt really soon.
The other thing... No, I was going to say, the other thing, DK, is Lighter. We're up on Crate Hill. Now they're a solo, and Goat's taken their place. So that's an interesting little development that we're seeing there as well. Lighter no longer really in the picture. And it is Goat also with 1 elimination, but at least that full squad in a higher position now, a better position to be looking forward to.
Yeah, it's a very confusing change up, okay?
Yes.
That we've been looking at. It's like what? How?
What?
Yeah, my brain hurts, but I guess it's okay. We do say goodbye to NATO as Una got taken on down. NATO, they tried. I mean, all the teams that are currently pushing through here are trying to pull off some kind of a maneuver. As you can see, Goat also just cooking up the nade. Will we see Yagi find the hit on towards Layla? No, a little bit of overcooked nade there. Gordon Ramsay wouldn't approve of that one, but let's see where this is going to take us now. Goat still have a bit of a play to make. They do lose out on that immediate elimination right alongside them. As you can see, Layla now just dipping out of dodge. Pushing for the position up in zone. Still a minute and about 10 seconds or so left on the clock until we are going to be heading towards that phase number 6. Goat now starting to really mobilize themselves, right? It's like there was a little bit of a fire lit under them. We do also then say goodbye to OOC as well as Bonfire, as we are down to only 7 remaining crews. And this is where it is going to get increasingly more and more challenging, because there's not a lot of options, right? The compounds that were there for the taking have already been taken, right? So what else do you do? How do you push up? How do you play? I mean, it's open. It's such a vulnerable place to play through.
The other thing, DK, is that remember the storyline of 3rd place. Bonfire had it, but also OOC were in the running for that, as are Digital Athletics. Now, Bonfire do go out with 5 eliminations, and OOC went out with 1, but Digital Athletics are still here. They have 2 up and they have 2 eliminations. Now, that's not the most, but seeing as they're still here and still have that potential for a top 3 even position, that is scary for Bonfire.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the difference between coming back next week and coming back the week after, right? It's either or. Ooh.
8
and it is going to be K12 also then getting taken on down. Off they go. This is a good play for K12, right? Just solidifying their positioning in the overall rankings. So it's definitely good for them. We were looking at X-Force Divas as well, having to try and climb up the board a little bit more. They did go out there with their 3 eliminations up, as well as the 1 placement point that they got. And they were trying to catch up to the side of NATO. VBG, though, I think they are or were pretty safe with regards to their overall standings.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see any major drastic shifts coming through, at least towards the lower end of the standings, right? Nothing outlandish happening really on that front.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, that's just caster math. We'll get the confirmation once we get to the actual results. But with regards to the top of the leaderboard, there could still be something that could maybe happen here, as you've mentioned. Digital Athletics trying to make that push. I mean, Bonfire, they had 5 points
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
plus a potential placement point, so let's call it 6, right? Digital
Yep.
have 4, so they're trailing by 2, but also they were trailing by 6 in general, so they need at least, like, let's go for 13 points.
Okay.
Right? So if they want to catch 3rd place, they need to unlock the chicken.
Right. Oof.
If they're okay with not unlocking the chicken or 3rd place, they kind of just need to play the rest of this game out to see where it takes them.
Yeah, that looks to be exactly what they're doing. Asila is having a hard time there. They're trying to move into zone, and unfortunately for them, as a duo and without vehicles and without that momentum of a full team, it's going to be very difficult in this kind of zone. At least Not Noobs do have that building to play from, and you are seeing that zone has gone straight on top of Not Noobs as well. So this is really Not Noobs' game to lose, or to win rather. But Sila does go out there. That's going to be 4 eliminations and a 3rd place. It's not bad, but it's probably not enough. And Goat now the next to start to fall here. It's a 2v3, and Not Noobs with 9 eliminations so far. This is a close game, but what a performance from Not Noobs.
Yeah, definitely a great finishing statement here on their end. Goat, of course, they saw the opportunity to cause a bit of an upset at the top.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what they've done. They were trailing by 2 points. I think they've done enough. Right. 2 points, 8 points. You know who's counting? It's very similar. Right? Both of them are even numbers, so it works. But now it's going to be Not Noobs looking to see if they can maybe get their hands on that winner chicken dinner, as this will be their first one for this group, and they do succeed in locking it in. So well done, well played, and of course, beautiful chicken getting secured. It's always so great to see teams getting their first one for the group, right?
Yeah.
It's always so fun to see the way that they handle themselves and how they look to play through these positions. But even if we look at the way that Not Noobs kind of just navigated the treacherous area, which was this zone, right? I think they actually made a pretty decent read of it, right? They got down towards the south relatively early on. They weren't lingering too long up towards the north. So I like the fact that they, just got straight down to business, got themselves established there, and kind of just rode that wave out to see where it takes them.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a really, really good play, and they got there very early as well, so that really helped, and the zone continuing to go that way doesn't mean you automatically win, as we know time and time again. We've seen it where the zone goes to you, but that's only one piece of the puzzle, and you got to put the rest together yourself. So it was a really, really good play from everybody concerned. Goat made a really, really good run for it, and they did a great job, but they were unable, it's just that the compounds are just so good. There's so much better. So that's just how it happens. But I'm excited to see what our final results are, our final lineups, because there's some contention there about who's really where.
Yeah, we will find out exactly who, what, where, when, and why, because it is going to be coming up pretty soon. Just had to make that one go full circle. But yeah, I think an interesting day, not the kind of day that we had yesterday, which is okay because we had a different group, different teams. But now I think the interesting part is going to come is how are these squads from today's games, right, from Group B, what are they going to do in response to Group A teams that they're going to be meeting up with next week, right?
Yeah.
Because if they play the same way that they played in this group, it's not going to bode well.
No.
Because the Group A teams were just aggressive, like somebody took their tea or their biscuit or something, right? And they went out to go get it.
Yeah.
And then some. Whereas today, yes, we did see the teams applying themselves to the match, but they didn't necessarily look to break records and stuff, right?
Yeah.
They still just played a good game of PUBG.
Yeah. No, it's very true. There's a stark contrast between the two groups and how they play, and I would have been interested to see how, if the group draw had gone any differently, which teams may have struggled or really done super well against, a team like Galatasaray. I mean, if Galatasaray had been in this lobby, for instance, how would that have changed things, and how would that have changed how they play? And even the teams that are, as you said, going into next week, there's some big, big names that we were very surprised by that came out really, really strong. And I think next week is really going to be a test of how well teams can adapt, because next week's lobby is not going to be this lobby. It's going to be completely different. And so that's going to be played completely differently.
Yeah. And I think that's going to be exciting to watch, because we will have a mix-up between the qualified teams from either group. So I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be pretty exciting, pretty hot and heated. So yeah, I think it's gonna be quite a bit to look forward to. But before we get there, of course, we are still gonna have to kind of finish what we are looking at right here. And we did see Elena take the longest hits on this match right here. It is going to be Linus, though, that is going to come through as the MVP for the match. 3 eliminations and 701 damage.
Interesting. It is really interesting that I will say both of the last days for each of these lobbies, we've only seen 1 out of 5 matches have an MVP with more than 1,000 damage. What was so common in the first 2 days of each lobby is now so rare. And that's a really interesting way to look at the shift in dynamic as you get closer and closer to the end of the league stage, of end of this first week, is how reserved or how efficient they're actually being. So it's very interesting to watch that as we look over at the match ranking. So Not Noobs do pick up 20 points in that last game, and Goat pick up 14, but I'm really, really looking forward to seeing where Bonfire places, where that top 3 and who that top 3 is going to be. And also, did NATO actually make it through?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the big question that we'll look to have answered as we're going to be going into this. But again, we do see a decent distribution of those eliminations, right? So that is what's different between this group to the other. The other group, the teams that finish at the top of the standings, of the rankings for the match, they've got all the eliminations. And there's very little left for the rest of the teams. Here, it's more evenly spread. Right? Yeah. The teams, everybody has a swing at the aggression, right? So it makes for a very dynamic kind of change up as we go to that. But here we have our answer, right? The teams that have made it through into tomorrow's games. I mean, Bonfire, they try to just lock down the gates, right? They try to make sure that nobody's going to try and catch up to them. And of course, Goat, they just had to jump up into pole position.
Of course. With 1 elimination, I might add. 2nd to 4th both have, 2 wins. Not 1 elimination. 2 wins. But Goat only has 1, and yet they equal in elimination points with Lighter, who we know, I mean, in day number 1, won both Miramars quite heavily. So a really, really good job from Goat there. That consistency is really paying off.
Yep. It definitely was paying off quite well. And here we have it, as well as the teams, the players that have kept their own consistency going, right? Elena, Linus, Yagi, they were here at the start of the day. They are here at the end of the day.
Very true.
You just can't upset it, right? They did it. They just kept that consistency going all the way through. Yeah, they did swap seats every now and again a little bit, right? We did see Elena all the way in 5th before the day started, and then Elena went, well, you know what? Let's go have some fun. And
Mm,
came through with a bucket load of eliminations, as did Linus. But the team contributions, everything looking very consistent here, right?
yeah.
Both players doing quite a bit for their respective teams.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And it's great to see that kind of efficiency coming through, right? They're not going out crazy. They're being a team player and their team is being a team with them. So it's really nice to see that sort of thing all too often. And sometimes on purpose. It is that one player going on out and doing all the things. And that's a great dynamic to have for some teams. But when a team can come together like Go or Lighter, it's awesome. And here are your finalist teams joining the three from Group A. You're going to have Lighter Esports, Go Invicta, and Bonfire Female as well joining us on the finals the week after next. And honestly, DK, it's looking to be a huge lineup so far.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty hot and heated finals just based on our teams that we've had make it through to that. So, yeah, a lot to look forward to. But of course, the next bit to look forward to is going to be the next week of gameplay, right? Where we are going to be having our qualified teams from either group that is going to be making their way into the next round, right? So we got 6 teams that already have their direct seat, their direct ticket over into the finals. Now we got to work our way through yet another week of gameplay to see how these teams are going to fare and who's going to be the ones to fill up those remaining seats.
Absolutely. And all that action starts here, same time and same place, but on Monday. So catch us then. But until then, thank you so much for watching. It's been a great week. We're looking forward to phase number 2, and we will see you all on Monday.